Good evening. I'll call to order a meeting of the Wilsonville City Council on Monday, April 17th at 5:02 p.m. for our work session. And we'll start by asking councilors if you have any comments on it, if you would review the agenda and let me know if you have any comments on the items on the consent agenda. Seeing none. Any councilor concerns? That brings us to the first item on our work session, which is Twist Bioscience. Joanne, are you number 6? 4 is lit up. That must be a mistake. We're number 4. Well, I turned it off, whoever it is.
That's 4.
Right. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. It's my pleasure to be with you this evening. My name is Matt Lorenzen, the city's Economic Development Manager, and I'm joined tonight by a couple of leaders from Twist Bioscience, Angela Bidding, Senior Vice President and Chief ESG Officer, and Paula Green, Senior Vice President of HR and the Site Manager for the Wilsonville Factory of the Future. Just by way of background, Twist Bioscience was looking for a Pacific Northwest location in 2020 and circulated a request for information to cities in the Pacific Northwest and quickly zeroed in on the Portland metro area and subsequently decided and chose Wilsonville for the location of that factory of the future. Among other factors, they chose Wilsonville for our prime location, the talented workforce, and the topic of tonight, the WIN program, Wilsonville Investment Now, which is our site-flexible economic development incentive, which provides a tax rebate to those companies that make significant capital investments in the community, that provide family wage jobs, and commit to other factors that are incorporated into the design of the program, such as commitments to diversity, equity, and inclusion. So without saying more, I'm going to pass the microphone to Angela and Paula to give us an update on some of the metrics that are in the agreement between the city and Twist Bioscience that create sort of the relationship and the accountability for that incentive program. In the development agreement that was signed by both parties, they agreed to lease and operate roughly 190,000 square feet in the facility that was once Tektronix and then Xerox and now Twist Bioscience. They committed to provide 200 jobs with an average wage of $70,000 and to invest $70 million in capital investments into their facility. So with that, I will hand it to Angela, and if you would like to speak to your slides, I'll just advance them at your cue.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having us here tonight. It's really a pleasure to see all of you in person. It's the first time I've met Matt live, but we talked on the phone multiple times. So at Twist Bioscience, we believe we are writing the future, and it's a little bit of a play on words with DNA writing. So we'll get into a little bit of a background, and I'll address the WIN program as well. Next slide, please.
I guess we'll skip that.
Have to put it up. I do investor relations too. So Twist was founded in 2013. Actually, Saturday was our 10-year anniversary. We were headquartered in South San Francisco in California. And we have about 1,100 employees today. We make DNA from scratch. So we'll talk a little bit about how we do that. We really enable responsible research across multiple industries. And we work by our 4 guiding principles: grit, impact, service, and trust. So we make DNA in a very different way than our competitors do. On the left side, you'll see a 96-well plate, which some of you may be familiar with in the lab. Our competitors can make 96 pieces of DNA at a time. In the same footprint, we use silicon as opposed to plastic, and we make 1 million pieces of DNA. So if you were to come visit us in the Wilsonville facility, which we call the Factory of the Future, you could see that live and in person. And Mayor Fitzgerald, I believe you did receive a tour.
Wonderful tour.
Yes. So it's 10,000 times more scale than our competitors, which means we can enable a number of different processes to really facilitate research. We have growing annual revenue. Fiscal 22, we reported $203.6 million at a 41% gross margin. Our first quarter, which is the December quarter, we have a September 30 year end, we reported $54 million in revenue. We received that revenue in 4 different areas. That slide looks a little bit weird, but so we make synthetic DNA and genes and gene fragments and oligo pools. We also make tools for DNA sequencing. So we call DNA synthesis, DNA writing, and DNA sequencing, DNA reading. We also have an antibody discovery solutions program. And believe it or not, my cocktail party story is always that you can store digital data in DNA. We do that. Next slide, please. So starting with our first vertical, synthetic biology, we sell to pharmaceutical companies, biotech, industrial chemicals, agricultural companies, academic labs, and we sell the products on the right side. In the middle, you'll see different applications that our customers use our products for. We have about 1,600 customers in the SynBio space. So in South San Francisco, we do both synthetic biology and next generation sequencing. We have about 6,100 square feet. They're offices, and we do have a manufacturing facility there as well. Next slide, please. In Wilsonville, we currently have built out 110,000 of the 190,000 Matt mentioned. We do have the ROFR space for the additional 100,000, which is not yet built out, but it's great to store lots of material. We do operate 24/7, and it will be a synthetic biology space primarily. We will do some NGS things there, but primarily synthetic biology. So as I mentioned, we call it the Factory of the Future. We started shipping products for our customers out of Wilsonville in January of 2023, which was a very big day for us. Through the end of fiscal 22, we had spent $87 million in CapEx, and that breaks down into tenant improvements of $47 million, lab equipment of $34 million, and capitalized software of $7 million. We report our next earnings cycle in May 5th, so there will be additional CapEx expenditure there, but as of the end of the fiscal year, that's where we were. We have 280 employees in Wilsonville today. Next slide. Next generation sequencing. So we make tools that our customers use to make diagnostics tools like COVID tests. So in South San Francisco, we make COVID in a tube. Our CEO likes to say it's so safe you could brush your teeth with it. Don't do it, but you could. It's broken up into chunks, and it's synthetic, so it's not alive, but it allowed researchers to work with COVID to make good tests, like I'm sure all of you have taken more than once. Next slide. Our antibody discovery research, we have customers who come to us who say, you know, we're working on neurodegeneration, we need an antibody target toward this gene. We are able to identify those antibodies for them. And then for anybody who's curious about how digital data is stored in DNA. You can take zeros and ones, which is a binary code, and convert it into a quaternary code of A's, C's, T's, and G's, the bases of DNA. There's an encoding mechanism, and then we write it just like we do for genes or any other DNA that we write, and that's stored. We have little tubes. I have one in my purse if you want to see them. And that is at the research stage at this point in time. We need to continue to bring the cost down there, but it's a great market opportunity. I am the Chief ESG Officer, so I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't point out that we are much more sustainable. We reduce the amount of chemicals that we use by 99.8% in comparison to traditional gene synthesis. For people and culture, Matt mentioned DEI. As of our last end of year, 63% of our employees identified as people of color. We have 42% women in executive leadership positions and 39% throughout the workforce. 82% of our employees say Twist is a great place to work, compared to a 59% US average. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Could you, thank you for that presentation. It was wonderful. I'm probably still not ready to even apply for a job there. It'll take me a few more years to understand that.
We have really good training.
I know it's a great place to work, and I really enjoyed the tour. And I can see lots of I was just being facetious about that, but the types of people who, the background and training and experience of the kinds of people that you would hire, I understand is pretty varied. Could you speak to that, or maybe Paula a little bit on that?
Yeah, sure. So, we have folks that have come out of the restaurant industry who all we want them to do is follow a recipe in the manufacturing environment. And so we ask them, can you bake a cake? And if they're able to follow those instructions, we teach them the science, all the way to a real R&D scientist who's a PhD, who's done all of their training and work. So there's lots of spaces in between, and we've enjoyed being able to hire that breadth and depth of person to be able to come and work here for us.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Dunwell? Oh, Councillor.
How did you first learn about the WIN program? Does anybody remember? I know it was a little while ago, but...
So I believe I'm going to answer, and I am taking a little bit of liberty here.
Sure.
Our chief operating officer at the time lived in the Portland area, and I believe he was aware of the WIN program.
Okay.
So he is the one who founded the site and began the building.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I was curious on this. We have talked about this as a success for Wilsonville, and curious how did that come to be? How did that seed actually, start to sprout into bringing WIN to Wilsonville? So, do you have?
Yeah, I could. So, of course, this agreement and the award of the WIN program to Twist predates my employment, but as I understand the history and what traditionally happens with an economic development sort of project like this is that if there's an company that's interested in a certain geography, and that could be nationally, it could be a certain state or a certain region, but they'll circulate, as I mentioned, an RFI, a request for information. They'll typically do that either through the State Economic Development Agency in Oregon, that's Business Oregon, and on a smaller scale, our regional economic development partner is Greater Portland, Inc. And I believe Greater Portland, Inc. received first an inquiry from Twist and said, we're interested in this market. We'd like to know what real estate opportunities exist. And so GPI then circulates this request for information out to all of the localities, among them Wilsonville. And my predecessor responded to that RFI and included the WIN program in our response, and apparently that was of interest.
Very much so.
So.
Okay, great. No, it's just good to hear how those relationships and organizations are helping us reach our own goals too. So, thank you.
Counselor Berry.
Thank you for your presentation. It's really exciting that you're here. We're thrilled. I hope that you're enjoying Wilsonville too. I'm curious, do your employees live in Wilsonville, or if they're coming from outside Wilsonville, how far are they traveling, and is transportation a problem, or what do you need from Wilsonville to succeed, to go further into the future with success?
I would say more than 50% live here in Wilsonville. And then we have probably a good 30% that are living, there's, I think it's split between Lake Oswego, also the greater Portland area in and of itself, and some may live a little bit further out. But the majority of the employees are loving this area. Some have been relocated here, so we had a large population, even more than I ever expected, to relocate from California to come and move here to work. And then we had the folks that had worked once upon a time for Genentech, and through their changes in their economic environment for their workforce, they've been able to hire on with us. You're welcome.
Councilor Linville.
Thank you for coming. I just echo that we're delighted that you're here in the community. I have two questions, and I'll just do one at a time so that I give you the opportunity to respond. Outside of the WIN program, what was it about Wilsonville that was or is attractive or sustaining for Twist to be here in this community?
I'll start and you can add. So when we were looking for another site, we were looking for one where our engineers could reach from South San Francisco to the new site in a day, because we knew that to bring up a new facility, we would need our engineering staff to do that. So it was fairly limited to the West Coast. We were then looking for cultural fit, and we find Wilsonville to be similar to South San Francisco. We were looking for educational institutions that we could partner with for recruiting, and a diverse workforce.
Mm-hmm. So when you say for your engineers to come, are they flying into the Aurora airport, or are they flying into the Portland airport?
Portland, and I promise we're not bringing private jets. The last time that I talked to a group from Wilsonville, they're like, you're gonna bring private jets. We're not. We fly into Portland.
Well, we hear you being accused of, that as one of the important reasons that Wilsonville was attractive.
We fly to PDX directly on commercial flights.
Okay, and so my second question has to do with, you have a large workforce, significant in our community. What percentage of those, and I don't need the exact, but roughly what percentage of those are what you could consider a family living wage job versus a entry-level kind of job?
We honestly don't have entry-level jobs in the definition. I will define it as, like a living wage for us. Our employees are highly compensated, and we even paid them for a 12-hour shift where we're giving them shift premiums and shift differentials and overtime. So the average manufacturing person is making anywhere from 50 to 70K a year.
So So the people that you say that are restaurant workers that need to do the recipes, what percentage of your employees are at that level?
Well, there's probably about 10% of that population that is that, but they're paid the same wage.
Okay.
So we don't distinguish between the entry-level manufacturing associates. They're all paid the same. And then as you move up in terms of your understanding and level of responsibility, your wage opportunity increases.
So one more question. I said I'd only have two, but I do have three. How interested or beneficial would it be for a partnership with not just the higher education institutions, but with the high schools and preparing students to move into some of the jobs where you can do the training?
Yeah, it's invaluable.
Okay.
We really, we've done a lot of work with the junior college levels, and we're creating those partnerships, and they're invaluable partnerships. But I really want us to start at the elementary and the high school level, because we understand that really for young folks, the idea of engineering and being a doctor is what's common, but they don't really understand what it means to really be in biotech, and that there's plenty of jobs where you don't necessarily have to have a 4-year degree, but the technical understanding and competency can be gained by, either going through technical school or through a junior college. So we're quite excited about that.
Yeah, and I think I could speak for the city that we are certainly interested in facilitating that any way we can, so we'd love to help out if we could, so.
We will be sure to be in touch.
Okay.
Yes, we really would. That, we meet with the school superintendent often, and we've met with other employers who have interest in, and I think we all do. This city has really prioritized education and jobs, and there are such great jobs here that if there is a way we could work with the school district and twist bioscience to do some kind of a fair, some kind of a maybe response where the kids would learn something and respond back just to spark their interest. And the relationship to the city would be, this is a place where companies locate and where you can live, work, and play, as we often say.
So I'm looking at doing a Bring Your Child to Work Day, and this would be an opportunity for students also, so we can for sure talk in the near term about how to make that work.
That's great. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And is there anything else that we'd like to cover in this session, Matt?
I don't think so. Perhaps I inadequately covered this in the introduction, but as far as formal accountability, that happens annually, and it happens in conjunction, or excuse me, sort of in concert with the tax year.
Okay.
So the first due date, as it were, for all these accountability measures I mentioned, CapEx, jobs, wages, DEI, et cetera, that will be called for formally this coming January of 2024, and that will be the first year that they're eligible for their rebate.
Great.
This was more of an informal conversation. Several of the council members had expressed interest in hearing from Twist and basically learning how's it going. It's a general curiosity. So we invited Angela and Paula to come
Appreciate that.
give us the.
Well, I also want to thank you again for the tour, because that was a really, you probably went to a lot of trouble to arrange that tour, and it was really wonderful. And next time there's an opportunity, I'm sure some of the other counselors would like to go.
We'd love to have you. So we are very, you got a tour from Emily, which
Yes.
is the key. I have been instructed that I can tour too, so I can hook you up.
Wonderful. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for coming to visit us, and let us know if you have ideas of things we can help promote and so forth.
We will. Thank you so
much.
much.
Okay.
Have a good night.
All right, thank you. That brings us to our work session item with our city attorney.
Yes, Mayor, I would suggest that we switch C and B, just because C, I think, is going to take a little bit less time, and that way we can focus the rest of the work session on camping. And I have asked Andrew Barrett if he's comfortable with that switch, and he said, that'd be great.
Wonderful. So we will go to item C, which is the second acquisition of properties and property interests related to construction of the Beckman Road corridor with Mr. Barrett.
All right, mayors and council, thank you for your time together today. My name is Andrew Barrett. I'm the capital project manager here at the city. This is the second resolution of need for the Beckman Corridor project. Hold on. Let's see, I got it. I thought I hit that, but I didn't. Okay, we'll keep going here. So just as a reminder, or for folks in the audience who may not be familiar with this project, this is the Beckman Corridor Road Improvement Project. There's several CIP projects rolled into one on this. There's a sewer line, there's road widening, there's culvert replacement, there's a roundabout, there's a new bridge that's going to be installed and a temporary traffic signal. This should address a lot of mobility concerns. The schedule for this, we should be finished by December of 2024 is our current plan. And we've had a lot of community engagement on this particular project to make sure that we're seeking feedback from the general public. So. I have two sheets that show generally what the impacted properties are. It's very similar to the first resolution of need that we passed. Most of the acquisition is related to utilities, sidewalks. There's a large section you can see here that is going to be associated with the actual bridge itself, and there is a lot of fill that has to get removed and some grading that is associated with that. And so the large parcels that you can see on the screen are associated with the regrading and stabilization of the creek area. This particular slide, the largest parcel you can see there is related to the Meridian Creek culverts being replaced and some minor regrading to ensure that we leave the stream in a good situation to avoid negative impacts. So a couple points of interest. We should start construction in Q2, potentially Q4 of this year. The overall cost of the project does include the acquisition of these particular properties or the easements that are associated with the properties. So I'm trying to be quick, and I guess I would like to open the floor to questions, as you guys may have some.
I will go ahead.
I just have one question. There was a statement in your documents spoke to potentially condemnation if you didn't have the approval and the assent of the landowners. Do you anticipate that you will need to do that at any point?
At this point, we are not anticipating, but it is an option that does need to remain on the table in case we do reach opposition. So.
Well, this is something we've discussed quite a bit over the last year or more. Do I see Councillor Ackerval?
Sorry, I've got a lot of things at my station today. Sorry. I just, not so much a question, but just a feedback comment. Thanks for the presentation. Thank you also for the information in the packet materials that you provided. I specifically appreciated under the, general public might not be as aware of our template that we have for each packet item, but there's always a section that says potential impacts or benefit to the community. And the specific details that were included in that paragraph were terrific. It was an excellent summary of this work and why we're doing it and why it's important and why it's needed. Sometimes we get questions about that. Why, why do we have to spend all this money for this or that, But bravo, thank you. I really thought that was well done, and I just highlighted that little couple sentences there, and I think more of that. It was just really terrific.
I agree with you. I think that there will be individuals once Beckman is actually closed that will go, oh my gosh, we're really being inconvenienced. So, and may not have paid attention until this point. They may be new homeowners in the Frog Pond area, things like that. So I was very pleased with the benefits section.
And in fact, to that point, those are excellent points that you just made. I would like to ask if you could just go ahead and, for the public who may be watching, just review the potential impacts. It's a great opportunity to do that. You have it there, or I can from here.
I can read it if you'd like.
Okay, city manager, I'd just like to,
read it.
it's just a good opportunity to bring that out again.
Sure. The project includes roadway improvements necessary to provide safe and accessible transportation infrastructure, improving the city's local transportation network and benefiting the community. Upsizing and realigning the existing Meridian Creek culverts will alleviate potential flooding risk and property damage. The future roundabout at the Canyon Creek Beckman intersection will offer a safer, more efficient transportation connection along an important school access route and transition between office and industrial on the north and west to residential neighborhoods on the south and east. The future bridge will flatten the dip, provide safer travel conditions for all users, and improve fish and wildlife habitat in the watershed. The sanitary sewer extension will serve the Frog Pond development areas.
That packs in a lot of detail.
A lot.
Thank you.
Any other questions, council? Okay, well, thank you very much. That frees you up, and it frees us up to go to the prohibited camping ordinance project, next step. Flexibility, opportunity.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Amanda Guile-Hinman, City Attorney. I've lost count on the number of work sessions, but it's been a lot. So I'm glad that we have plenty of time to talk through the draft documents that are provided in your council packet and talk about any additional revisions that need to happen before the planned May 1 public hearing and first reading of Ordinance 8, number 879. So the agenda for tonight's work session is we'll again go over a background of this project, particularly for the community members who may not be aware of why this project came to be. We'll discuss the alternative maps that we had touched on at the last meeting and go over each of them. And then we'll look briefly at the draft documents for May 1st and May 15th if there's any further revisions or considerations that the council wants to take in. And then we'll talk about implementation steps. So after assuming adoption by council, what, from a staff perspective, are the next steps that we'll be taking, and then just generally the next steps for the project. So by way of background, this project really stems initially from a Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals case, Martin v. Boise, that was decided in 2019. And the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals covers many states, including Oregon. So every jurisdiction within, every city within Oregon, as well as Washington, California, Arizona, Hawaii, Alaska, a multitude of other states have to abide by this decision. And what that decision basically said was, if you are going to regulate camping on public property, if you do not have enough shelter beds available for individuals who are experiencing homelessness, you can't outright ban camping. That is a violation of their 8th Amendment right against cruel and unusual punishment. But what you can do is have reasonable time, place, and manner regulations. So basically saying when, where, and how a person can camp on public property. At that time, well, and really probably a little bit before then, but at that time, the city did not enforce its camping ordinance because it was in violation of the Martin v. Boise decision. Then came Blake versus Grants Pass. Initially, that was an Oregon federal district court case. So when it was at the federal district court level, that applied to Oregon, but not necessarily the other states that are under the Ninth Circuit jurisdiction. What that case did was further refine the Martin v. Boise decision to say, not only can jurisdictions like cities not outright ban camping if there's not enough shelter beds available, but you also need to make sure that people can have rudimentary items to keep them warm and dry at night, or warm and dry while they're sleeping. So generally what that meant was a barrier between the ground and themselves, or a pillow or a blanket, those kind of things. That decision, that Blake v. Grants Pass decision, was appealed to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, and the Ninth Circuit, in essence, affirmed that decision. So now that decision applies to all the states that fall under the Ninth Circuit jurisdiction. While those cases were going on in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, the Oregon legislature in 2021 passed 2 House bills, House Bill 3115 and House Bill 3124. What House Bill 3124 did, in essence, the largest change it made was extending the time period for noticing before you clean up a campsite from 24 hours to 72 hours. There's additional regulations, but that was the major change, was that increase the notice period from 24 to 72 hours. House Bill 3115 codifies, puts into legislation that Martin v. Boise decision. So what it says is, for jurisdictions that regulate camping, which we all do, on public property, you can have objectively reasonable time, place, and manner regulations, but you can't outright ban camping. And so that goes into effect on July 1, 2023. Now, unlike the Martin v. Boise decision, where we essentially stopped enforcing our camping code because it was in violation of that decision, what House Bill 3115 does, in addition to the Martin v. Boise decision, is says, if you have a code that is out of compliance with this legislation, then individuals can sue you for not being in compliance, whether you're enforcing under that provision or not. So that's what led us to say we need to look at our code and bring it into compliance. So not only are we then in compliance with both the state and federal laws, but also so we reduce our risk of being sued. So that led to this project. We've done several work sessions developing the code language, developing administrative rules that further refine the code language, and really where we are in this project is getting to, at council's direction, is where are going to be the designated area or areas where we're going to allow people to sleep for a certain period of time. And council had asked to look at basically 2 alternatives, and it ended up being 3 in the way staff looked at this issue, was putting both vehicle and non-vehicle camping only in the City Hall parking lot and nowhere else, or as the team, the interdepartmental team had initially recommended, was putting vehicle camping in City Hall parking lot and then putting non-vehicle camping in the property just to the north of City Hall, where there's a field that gets, just rough mowed by our city staff. So what we did is we walked the team walked with individuals from Public Works and from our Parks Department, and we walked the City Hall parking lot to figure out what, if everything was going to be sited in City Hall, what would that look like? And if not, if we kept it separated, what are some things that we could do to help reduce conflicts between adjacent uses and also create some screening and that kind of thing to alleviate any or minimize any concerns that the surrounding property owners may have. So we came up with 3 maps, and we'll look at them in a little bit, but after we came up with those 3 maps, we figured we need to have some criteria to help evaluate these 3 maps instead of just kind of looking at them in a vacuum. So we looked at several criteria. The first was humane siting. We need to have a place where people can safely sleep. The second thing, I'll say the reason for that, not only from a humanity perspective, is there is legal liability that you subject yourself to. And we briefed this a long time ago, so if you don't recall, I totally understand. It's called the state-created danger doctrine, and basically what that means is if you force somebody to go to a place that is less safe than where they were before, so the common example is you put somebody under a freeway, and you've got pollution and potential, like the conflict of that use. It could be a state-created danger where if that person then is injured or suffers some type of harm, that there's additional liability on you as the government entity for subjecting them to that. So we looked at humane siting. We looked at risk of liability. So not only the state-created danger, but we talked a little bit about the conflict between vehicle camping and non-vehicle camping being in close proximity. So we looked at the risk of liability. I reached out to our insurer, CIS, to talk with them about and get their perspective on the liability. We looked at conflict with adjacent uses. Everywhere around City Hall, we have residential uses, commercial uses, and we have our town center park and the Korean War Memorial. So we're trying to be mindful and respectful of all the different types of conflicting uses that are adjacent to the area. Ease of implementation, we have a July 1 start date. So even though refinement is probably likely at some point in time, what can we get in place by July 1? Enforcement, so how the ability for our law enforcement or our code enforcement to have access to individuals and not be putting that at additional risk when they're making contact. And then finally, maintenance, because there is cost associated with anything that we're going to be doing here. With those considerations, the staff recommendation was to go with alternative map number 3, which is keeping vehicle and non-vehicle camping separated. So that's this map. We did make an additional adjustment to the map that the council had previously reviewed. So the vehicle camping has all stayed the same. The change that we made was to do a setback of an additional 167 feet. So originally it was about 120 feet, 100 feet because of the roadway, and a 20-foot setback from the property line is what we had initially showed. Now we're doing an additional 167 feet. And if you look just to the south, there's a little kind of driveway. If you're familiar with the property to the north, there's a little driveway, and then there's a barricade. So basically we lined up from the south or from the eastern edge of that barricade and going west was essentially how we did it. We also, just from for an aerial reference, and you'll see this in the documents that I just provided to you, and it's in this presentation, is that we do plan to do some vegetative screening on that eastern side. So for those individuals who have homes that back up to Town Center Loop East, that there will be some vegetative screening there. And we're also still, as we discussed before, planning to put some fencing along the northern edge, so to reduce the likelihood of trespassing onto the private property owner. So I'm gonna just show you the aerial. So I have to to say thank you to Scott Edwards Architecture. They are the architecture firm that is doing our Public Works complex. And I figured that having some additional visualization would probably be helpful in this context. And I literally called them up and asked them for a 1-week turnaround on putting these together for me, and they got it done. So I'm so thankful to them for their work on this. So this is an aerial drawing of that property to the north. It's showing you, it's kind of hard to see in this. I'm hoping that the ones that I provided to you, the hard copies that I provided to you, you can see the circles that they've put along that line. So that's where we're talking about putting the vegetative screening. We've already talked with we have a parks maintenance specialist who is a certified arborist and has provided us a list of shrubbery that would be really good, that would have, sort of the bulk and the height that we would want. So it's not just going to be a row of arborvitae, it's going to be something a little bit more refined. So we've already got a list that we're looking at for the product. This is an aerial sort of looking to the northwest from the southeast. So you can sort of see that line of vegetation, and they put in some, they put up a mock-up of some tents so you can sort of see how, and not that we would have that kind of spacing, but it's just as a demonstration. And then the fencing along the north edge. And this is the street view that they put together. So this is looking west from the opposite end of opposite side of Town Center Loop East. So the idea is that vegetative screening would essentially block out the height of, if someone was tent camping, it would block that height of that structure there. So to give you some visual representation. But I do want to go over the two other options in case council, it is council's policy direction that we're looking for here. So the first option that we looked at, the biggest thing with the City Hall park, well, two things with the City Hall parking lot, but one we can resolve, one we can't really resolve. The first thing is, if we're going to have vehicle and non-vehicle camping in City Hall, we need some type of physical separation. From a safety and liability perspective, that needs to happen. So definitely they'd be on different drive aisles. So you'll see the vehicle camping we kept in the same as what we've been looking at, so those 9 spots kind of along Courtside Drive. We looked at putting non-vehicle camping on the other drive, the opposite drive aisle. So there's a stormwater swale that's in between those two, and putting 5 spots there. And in talking with our city team on this, our suggestion was to put up the Jersey barrier, there needs to be some type of barrier, because it could very well happen that somebody is sleeping outside of hours, or somebody drives in at 2 a.m. and we need to make sure that if anybody's sleeping on the ground, that they're protected. So having some type of barrier there is going to be necessary if this is the council's determination on the way to go. So we would put Jersey barriers, and there's an example of what they look like in your packet. If you're familiar at all with driving up Parkway up towards Target, there's a sort of a little pull-out area, and there was an issue there with some camping going on, and those are the barriers that we put up there so people couldn't drive their vehicles in. So if you're at all familiar with that area, it'd be very similar kind of barriers. So that's how we would resolve the conflict and protecting individuals if this is the council's prerogative. What this does mean with those Jersey barriers is that means that even during the day when people aren't allowed to camp there, the parking spots can't be used, because you're not going to move those barriers during the day. So essentially what that means is those 10 parking spaces would become unusable. And the other thing is that we're putting all camping relatively close, or closer, all the camping closer to the commercial property owner to the west, which is Goodwill. So that was that option. Oh, yeah.
I believe you also mentioned in your staff report that it created a potential impediment for emergency vehicles.
Right, yes. So one of the things we were thinking about is if somebody's having a medical emergency and EMS gets called, there's a limit a vehicle's not going to be able to go in there. So they can go adjacent to it, and, people can go assist a person, but you wouldn't be able to drive an ambulance right next to them. So we would make sure that it's clear enough for a vehicle to get through, of course, so that drive aisle would still be clear. But yes, it would be more limiting than option 2 that we're going to look at in just a minute. So the other thing too that I'll just highlight, and that is talked about in the staff report with either map 1 or alternative map 1 or alternative map 2. This is showing a lot of greenery and trees. If you've been in City Hall recently, those trees are being replaced and are not there anymore. So there is no shade cover right now in the City Hall parking lot. And one of the concerns that our team identified was asphalt gets very, very hot, and if somebody doesn't have a barrier to the ground, there is a risk about having them lay on the ground. Even if the sun has already set, there is going to be a period of time where it is still very hot on the ground. And that's true for grass as well, but it's less so than what would be on asphalt. So this is the other option that we looked at, and the reason, at first glance, this might appear more concerning than map 1. The reason that we looked at this one was specifically so we could have parking spots continue to be open and available, and also address the concern of emergency response. So what this does is it moves the vehicle camping adjacent to the west, so it'd be immediately adjacent to the commercial property owner, but we would generally keep pretty close to the same number of parking spots that we're talking about right now. And then we would put non-vehicle camping in where it's colored orange, and we would put gates at each ingress, egress points, so the entrance and exit points. So that way at nighttime, they'd be completely closed off from anybody could potentially drive through a gate, but it's a barrier to vehicles coming through and creating that conflict. So we want to make sure that people would be protected if they slept in that area, and we would imagine that the gates would have like a fob system, so that way our EMS, our emergency responders would be able to access and open the gates if for some reason they were called during that time. But the benefit of this option versus map 1 is during the day, those gates can be open, we can clear people out, and those spaces can be used by regular vehicles for parking.
So how would a tent camper access the sanitary station at 2 o'clock in the morning?
They can walk around it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. So this was the alternative that we looked at specifically to, like I said, to resolve the issues of emergency vehicle access and being able to use the parking spaces during the non-camping time, so during the day, basically. So those were the 3 options that we looked at. Again, the staff recommendation is to go with alternative map 3 with the modification that we've done to further set it back. So at this point, really what I'd like to do is stop and get council's direction on what you would like to see for an alternative. And the other thing I will note, and we'll get to this is all going to be part of the administrative rules. What I'm anticipating from a timing perspective is that the administrative rules would come before council on May 15th. So if there are additional refinements that you would like done to this, there is still one more meeting that I could bring something forward if you needed additional, some additional information.
Councilor Dunwell.
I agree with staff's recommendation on option 3. But I do have one call out, and that is that the crosswalk is located significant different distance from the sanitary station. Is there any discussion regarding putting in an additional crosswalk or making it a marked crosswalk or crosswalk with a signal or anything like that to increase the safety?
That's a good point and not something we had talked about before.
Or putting one more sanitary station on the other side, which seems to be a better solution.
I would be nervous about putting a crosswalk where they don't belong because that brings on other challenges and issues.
Yeah, we could, I can touch base with staff, but I think putting another sanitary station.
That seems to make the most sense to me.
Okay. It probably also would be good just, at nighttime, if somebody's crossing the street, just generally, it's a reduction of the potential risk if we have a second one.
Councilor Akkerval.
Thank you. I also agree with the selection of option 3. I mean, I guess mainly because I think, well, I was concerned, thinking about the heat of the pavement, we have to create reasonable standards, right? And if it's very hot outside and we're asking somebody to sleep on black asphalt, is that reasonable? I also thought with the option 2, with these gates, I understand the concept, but we will probably have some people that will remain in place after the morning kind of curfew time, or what, when people would be asked to finish their time sleeping in that place. And so are we going to open up the gates if people are still in a tent in that area? Or
Are you talking about option 2?
Yeah. I could see a problem with actually being able to ever open up the gates if we have, depending on what the behaviors are, I guess. So all of that said, I think that the option 3 makes the most sense. I did have some questions, which maybe you know now or later. I don't know.
Yes, I have them planned after we talk about the map alternatives.
Other questions even. Sorry. Thinking about, I guess, kind of similar to, are we going to be able to open the gates for option 2? How would that work? For option 3, how do we mow the lawn?
That's a great question and something we have been talking about, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I suppose you could kind of do one section here and then another section here on a different day if we needed to, depending on the 72-hour window or something like that. Is that the thoughts?
Yep, exactly right. Okay. And what we've also just talked about, the nice thing about the north site compared to some of the other places we've looked at even earlier is there's no irrigation there. So like some of just the maintenance that we do in other areas that would be a really big conflict with camping doesn't exist here. But what we've talked about is from an implementation and logistics standpoint is when mowing is going to occur is putting up notices so people know. It's not going to be the same as doing the statutory notice, but giving them a heads up like, hey, we're planning to mow this day, this time. If people are still there, then we'd be going through the procedures that are outlined in the code and kind of mowing around, as it were. But what we figure is people should be out there talking with people pretty regularly. So hopefully that would, people would be well aware that they need to move along so we can at least mow the area.
Okay. And then my other question would be with the use of this space in option 3, lighting. Because the parking lot has lights, right? So there's some level of lighting that happens. But I don't know what the lighting is like in that field and if that's something that's needed. Obviously, you want it to be dark to be able to sleep, but if somebody's arriving at 10 p.m. and to be able to set your things up, I just don't know how that is balanced best, or if we have any feedback or information from other sources that help guide us in what is needed for lighting in order for this to be workable and reasonable.
Right. Yeah, I do know we do have street lights, but one of the things we could look at, since we're putting up fencing anyway, is look at some lighting options kind of on that north side. The only thing is power, so we'd have to figure out power. But I can bring that back to the team and ask them about it.
Thank you. And before we go too far with that, I want to circle back on the fact that we are very committed to working with Clackamas County and social service agencies using some of the $40 million that is arriving annually in Clackamas County, paid for by Clackamas County taxpayers for this purpose. Additionally, we heard from the state that they are allocating something like $4.4 million. It may be for structures, I'm not sure for what the use is. We just heard that in the news recently. So I am not, I think before we go into lighting and establishing this that much, the more humane effort is to spend our resources and time with the social services experts, talking with these individuals, and the list of housing available by Clackamas County, the rapid rehousing, and they have a way of triaging, getting on that phone call every Thursday. There are flashlights we can have available. There are some things. So before we install permanent lighting, I'd want to hear more from Clackamas County, and we are meeting with them soon.
Yes, that's right.
About how is this, because this is not required by the state to install lighting.
No, and the other thing is too, is we're entering summer months where it's lighter longer, so it could also be something.
Take some time with this.
Yeah, it could also be something where we say, kind of parking lot, no pun intended, but parking lot it, and then as we get closer to the days getting a little bit shorter, talk about, okay, do we need lighting, and if so, what does that lighting look like?
And so to answer your question, as we're just going down the line here, I believe that the option 3 is the best one of these 3 options, and I see why options 1 and 2 are not workable. Thank you. Councilor Linville.
Thank you. My question is mostly about scale. The grass area on the north side of Courtside Drive is incredibly larger than any individual sites that were identified in the parking lot.
That's right.
And I'm wondering why we would have to designate that large an area to be used. And I have a couple of concerns. One is from the public's perspective, the more this gets spread out, the more it appears as if we have a bigger problem than we do. And then the more they get closer to the park, the more I can see that people would have concerns that they'd be going into the park areas to utilize the restrooms or other facilities, that kind of thing. So I'm wondering why we could not pare that way down to whatever spaces we were going to have, or prioritize, and not just leave that field wide open for, it just seems,
That's a good point.
It's absolutely seems incredible that it's that large.
One of the things we could do, and I can talk to staff about this, but one of the things that I'm thinking that we could do, so wherever that vegetative barrier is, it's going to be there because we're going to plant it, right? But what we could do, especially talking about the park to the west, is I could see, since we're going to be putting fencing along the north side, is we could put some fencing on the west side. So I think this, I'm pretty sure that if you look where there's a little bump out, do you see that on the south? It sort of curves, and then there's a little bump. Like if we went straight up from there, about halfway, basically. If we went straight up from there with a fence and said, okay, this rectangle or this square now is the space, you would cut off essentially that triangle, that larger triangle on the west side. And the fence, I think, would then be easier to move if for some reason we need more space versus the vegetation.
Yeah, it still is a very large area, even when you do that. I'm thinking about, well, when you look at it in comparison to the space that is identified on map 1 and map 2, and those 5 spaces that are identified there, compared to that great big area, it's maybe 100 times larger than.
Right.
So I think, and I don't have the answer to this, but it seems that both management enforcement and appearance need to be a criteria as well, since we're going to have sanitary facilities that are over there as well, that we wouldn't want to have everything so spread out. So it just seems like a really, an unduly large area to designate.
Yeah, and I will note, we didn't do this on alternative map 3, but I can bring it back, is the radius that we had before, the radii that we had before, that, because if I recall correctly, I'd have to go back and look at my notes. Fitting, I think this space fits, if we bring back the radii and you see that, I think it fits about 8, somewhere between like 8 or 9 spots. But it's much bigger than the parking lot, obviously, because we were like, we can't do that. Once they're in the parking lot, we couldn't keep that kind of radius.
And there is the type of fencing that you see where it has a heavy concrete base fitting that then the posts go into that, and so it can be moved, because we don't know what the volume is. We are not going to have a sign up directing people at 2 in the morning to drive over here.
Right.
Or anything like that. It's not going to be on Google. Every city in Oregon is going to be required. I know we've all heard this, but just to put this in context, we're not trying to create a beacon here. What seems to be, you know, every city in Oregon is required to name a time, manner, and place. So this is the place that we have determined seems to be the best one. We don't know if it's going to be 3 people or 7 people.
Right.
And we don't know on any one day, and we don't know how, we've never tried any of this. And we have had a lot of conversation about some things that I don't know how many other cities have, which is to connect with Clackamas County and be able to staff that up so that we know what is the next best place for them to live. As Clackamas County says, the vehicles are not made for human habitation, and neither are tents.
Right.
So this isn't a place to, you know, it's sheltering for survival while finding a good place for human habitation.
Yeah, and I don't think we want to have, and I don't know how large this is, but it's probably at least an acre. Having our city staff having to clean up an acre week after week after week.
Yeah.
That's a burden, I think, for, you know, and it creates
We don't know if it's even necessary.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
it needs to get down, you know, so it's a little slice out of that area.
Yeah, I think that's doable, and I think it's something that as we ground truth it, again, man, I'm here with the puns today. As we ground truth this, if we need to make adjustments and make more space, there's more space there that we can then
So
talk
I
about.
think we're hearing that, at least from Councilor Linville and me, I don't know what the other councilors think, so we can give some direction to Amanda about the space here. So we can stick with this idea of the space to give direction to the city attorney.
Do I get a turn?
Go ahead, Councilor Beverly.
Is that okay? Thank you so much for your report. I think you'll probably recall from the last meeting that I was really interested in trying to confine the vehicle and the non-vehicle camping to the south side of Courtside Drive, just so that we don't have that visual appearance that we are, appearance, and also, like, I think what you were trying to say, become a beacon to attract more. But reading your report, I think there were some really valid points about the hot asphalt, but on the other hand, grass can get really wet and soggy. But reading through the report, I thought it was pretty persuasive, but I would also like to start small as possible. And then if we need to, we can adjust, and we have the city manager can make temporary adjustments and bring it back to the city council. I like the idea of the landscaping on the north side of the road, but maybe that's something we should hold off on until we figure out exactly how large of a site we're going to use and, use temporary fencing or whatnot. From my point of view, I'm thinking that on the north side of the road, trying to confine the area, trying to keep it close to where the vehicle parking is, makes a lot more sense than trying to spread it out closer to the east side of that lot.
So what I'm hearing from both Councilor Linville and Councilor Berry, and I'm interested for the rest of you, is with confining it, it does make it easier from enforcement, maintenance, those perspectives. And I understand what I'm hearing is if we don't have the need, why open up all the space? So, but one of the things we are trying to balance is the congregation versus spreading out too much or having it seem like a bigger space. So what I'm interested in hearing is, if we make it smaller, are you comfortable with people being closer together? And so what we could do is we could show the radius being a little, certain sizes, so you could see what that looks like.
I mean, that, in a way that... Go ahead. Well, that kind of makes sense to me, because I think a standard parking space is probably like 8 by...
11.
Yeah, 8 by 10, I was going to say.
We measured them.
So that's 80 square feet, and I think we were talking about the camping sites being 100.
Yeah, so each of these
radius.
white lines that you see on here, those are the equivalent of a parking space. So there's a lot.
They're yellow on our sheet, is that what you're talking about?
So
On this grid. And
the grid that you see on the orange,
Yeah,
those are parking, those are the equivalent of a city hall parking space.
yeah, I mean,
So there's, yeah. But we wouldn't, if they were in that north space, we wouldn't put them, staff's recommendation would not be to have them that close, but we could find a balance between 100 feet distance and, 8 feet distance.
I understand where you're both coming from. I am not concerned about the optics, and I am not concerned about being a beacon. If we have our enforcement in place, it's about the enforcement, whether there's 2 tents or 20 tents. And if we've had proper enforcement on time, place, and manner, and making sure that individuals do leave, and we enforce the 72 hours, and we confiscate, and I'm more concerned to make sure that we have enough public safety officials to manage the process. If Wilsonville and the citizens of Wilsonville, the city of Wilsonville, enforce, it is not a beacon. Individuals who truly need help will take the help when it's offered.
Exactly. Well, I don't think, I was just indicating that it isn't going to be a beacon, is what I mean. It is not a beacon. And so I think the way it would work, as I'm envisioning, is one of our members of law enforcement or a resident or employee may find someone who didn't have anywhere else to go, and they are sleeping somewhere, and they would direct them here. That's how they would get there. And then whether it's a car or a tent, and then the next step is contacting the higher level of social services and going through with all of the steps. We just don't know how many people will arrive.
Right, and Wilsonville will not have an open-air fentanyl market that's not enforced. I mean, we are not Portland.
We're starting planning to manage it.
Our goal is to get ahead of it, to make sure that we have the resources with Clackamas County at available to us so that when an individual comes and they are in need, that we make those resources available. If someone is here and they want to be homeless, we enforce the 72 hours, we enforce the 24 hours, we do everything we can, and we can get into a little bit on some of the staff report, because I do have a couple questions about that outreach. We may arrange for outreach for those individuals. I'd like that to be we will or we must. There must be an agreement that at least there's an outreach individual that touches that person in a contact, not a physical contact.
And that is what the Built for Zero program is. If we go to our website, city website, search for Let's Talk Wilsonville Camping, and you can watch the video from Clackamas County. We have never tried to implement this, so we're all doing our best. We're meeting with a number of people next week. But we want to have that. We want people to move into places that are meant for habitation.
And regarding Councilor Linville and Councilor Berry's comment about the size, it does look really large. I completely agree with you. And maybe there is a way we can cordon it off with temporary fencing, so it can be, we can move a little bit further away from the park, and then expand it if we need to, with the hope that we never will.
I actually like the vegetation there where it is.
I do too.
Okay.
Yeah, I absolutely like
it seems like that could be there.
Yeah.
We need more vegetation anyway, and then figure out the lower part of that triangle.
True. It does seem like a fence is an easy thing to move. It's not an expensive project or a big project, I would guess, depending on the type of fence that is put up. I don't know.
Well, and we'd be intentional for that very reason about what we would select.
Looking at the map, you suggested where the bull bow is too.
Yeah.
I also, just kind of looking, there is that crosswalk there that's like 7 boxes over from the vegetation. So I don't know if something like that would make sense, to put a fence near where the crosswalk is, and that might encourage use of a crosswalk too, if people need to get across. Courtside Drive, if a fence aligned with the crosswalk. I don't know, that
you're
was an
talking
idea.
about down, like, so right now there's a barricade where that driveway is. You mean like essentially doing another barricade next to it? Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about running north-south?
Like north-south,
okay.
and one edge would be vegetation, and then the north would be a fence, and then coming down on like the left side would be a fence that's near in alignment to that crosswalk, perhaps? I don't know. I mean, I think, and then the next question is, okay, that's a lot smaller, so what's our radius? I do think that a larger radius is somewhat good, but probably we maybe don't need to go with the 100, but something larger than 1 or 2 parking places. So there's a happy medium in there.
I'd like to see a reasonable number, an overlay of that radius on, from where the vegetation line is, and see how many spaces we really would be talking about to make a reasonable
Yeah.
line
Yeah, I
there.
think if we, maximum I would say is 9, because I don't think we need, all the anecdotal data we've heard is that there's more vehicle camping than non-vehicle camping, so it seems like you wouldn't have more non-vehicle than vehicle camping available.
Yeah.
So maximum 9, but we could look at what is 6 or 6 to 9, in that space. So what Council President Akreval is talking about is the 7, those 7 easternmost boxes, east to west, and then up the property line, that being the initial area. Look at what it might kind of, what does that look like from doing allowing 6 to 9 non-vehicle camping?
Yeah. That would, and just
We can do
thinking
that.
also with the crosswalk, because I do think encouraging use of crosswalks is a good thing for everyone, right?
So maybe, are we hearing about 2 possible locations to look at? One at the west end of that grassy area closer to the vehicle camping. The other would be closer to the crosswalk. Two alternatives. I'm not saying build both of them. I'm saying look at both of them.
I thought we were trying to avoid that,
Close to the park.
that west
Okay.
end pointed area down by the park, that we were
Okay.
trying to just move all the way back.
Yeah.
Okay, I misunderstood that, so.
I might do, just from figuring out there might be two alternatives, but what I'm thinking is those 7, and then maybe looking at what do the next 4 look like,
Yeah.
from a spacing
Okay,
perspective.
so
Especially if
yeah.
we're going to put refuse and sanitary, by putting it close where it's accessible. I mean, if you're camping way down at the far end there, it may be easier not to have to, in the dark, go find where you're going to go. So it may be better all around for all of those services to be accessible and closer to where people are going to be staying.
It would be helpful for me to have a wider view of this area so I can get a feel of how close that park is to the site.
Oh, further out, yeah,
Yeah.
okay. I did ask for the
broader
distances,
view.
and they did tell me the distances, but I didn't write it down. So I do have it on my laptop with the
But we probably have, you don't have to contract for another drawing, do you?
No, we can, our team can do that. If I remember correctly, so I may have to correct myself. If I remember correctly, the westernmost edge of the non-vehicle camping as it's currently shown, and where the vehicle camping is, they are very close, this distance, similar distance to the Korean War Memorial. Because one's closer because it's north and one's closer because it's further west.
It's kind of hard for me to get an idea of the scale. Councilman Linville pointed out your aerial view. I don't know if you can see it, but,
This one?
yeah, that one. So, I mean, it's, how many feet are we talking about from that far western point of the grassy area that we were looking at for camping to the memorial and whatnot?
I do have that.
And is it private property that is from where the point is at that,
To the north?
to the park along that creek?
Yeah, so you can, where that, I think they put the fence line right on the property line. I can't remember, we were kind of going back and forth, it would be right on the property line. But you can kind of see where that mowed area is versus sort of the rough, not rough, but where the tree is kind of to the, let's see, can you see my mouse on the screen?
Just get a pointer.
No, it's Kaiser Permanente.
It's Kaiser, this area to the north is Kaiser's property, but there's a swath of land west or east of the side, the little path there, that is still city property.
So do you have any idea how far it is from that western point of the camping area to where your pointer is right now?
Yeah, let me see.
Because, I mean, from my point of view, it looks like it's, a nice distance that we don't really need to worry about conflict of interest.
So okay, let's see.
I do want to know if we might
Okay.
need to look up some of these later, because we still have an urban renewal meeting.
It's pretty close. I mean,
I have it. Okay, so from the edge of the designated approved area, or from the designated area that we're talking about right now, it's approximately 110 feet from the edge of Town Center Park property line, 160 feet from the basketball court, and 310 feet from the Korean War Memorial, starting about where the General MacArthur statue is. So that's with that property to the north. From the westernmost parking spaces in City Hall parking lot, it is approximately 108 feet to the edge of Town Center Park, 160 feet to the basketball courts, and 350 feet to the Korean War Memorial. So they're pretty, if you look at alternative map 3, they're pretty similar distance to the basketball court, the property, the town center park property line, and the Korean War Memorial.
And in keeping with Councilor Dunwell's comments, I mean, as long as we're enforcing the time, place, and manner, there shouldn't be any conflicts between people using the park and people that are camping.
That's right. I hated this.
So if that's the concern, I don't think the distance really should be of concern, as long as we're all doing what we're supposed to do.
And if that's the case, then my preference would be to use the western portion of the camping site on the north side of Campside Drive to keep it away from the residential area and Town Center Loop East, just to kind of keep things more, that type of camping activity more confined, even though it might be on the north side and the south side of the drive.
Yeah, and I think planting the trees where they're proposed to be planted allows for, if you need it in the future, some level of expansion. So I don't think we will need it, just based on what we know today, but I think planting the trees where it's suggested they be planted makes a lot of sense to me. And also we can narrow down at the initial stage where we're allowing people to camp.
So,
And push it more toward the park is what I hear you're saying.
Yeah. I am hearing two different things, though. I am hearing one more eastern-oriented and one more western-oriented. And so council will need to make that.
Does council need to make that, or can we just leave that up to staff to make the decision that's
I honestly do. I
appropriate?
mean, I think I hear what you're saying is that you want to narrow the footprint, which we agree with, because we're going to be providing the sanitation and the cleanup and all that, so we're not looking to have a bigger area to maintain. So I think what I hear you saying is that you'd like to narrow that footprint down and push it to the east as far as possible,
West.
right? Or to the west, yes, closer to the park.
She likes these.
That's what I'm saying, is there,
Are you
councilors are saying
closer
different
to the
things.
park? Because it's not going to be a conflict.
no,
because-
he's saying closer to
Closer
Parkway.
to the, that, I would.
And she's saying something different.
Yeah, we're saying two different things.
Okay, so you tell us what you want to do.
We are, what I'd like to suggest, that is what I was trying to say earlier,
Yes.
is that there seem to be two possible ways to look at it, and we have not decided yet. And given that we need to have an urban renewal meeting now,
Oh, is it at 6:30? Oh,
well, it said this was supposed to adjourn at 6:10.
I apologize.
Well, no, there's no urban renewal meeting. Right now?
Anytime work session's over,
Oh, okay.
so there's plenty of.
All right. Well, I think you have a few more minutes.
Okay. So let's start with Councilor Dunwell on the location that you think seems best so that Amanda can hear this.
I would like to leave it to our experts on staff to make that decision.
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay? And
Okay.
take into account all these.
We're all learning together. I think what I've heard is you want to the greatest extent possible, you want to minimize any potential nuisances to affected property owners. And the one that I think would be, if any, is going to be mostly impacted would be the residents that live along Town Center Loop. So pushing it toward the park, at least initially, makes some sense to me, because nobody's going to be using the park when these folks are sleeping, because our parks are closed at those hours. So there should be minimal conflicts between park users and folks that are camping there.
Well, they can camp at 9 o'clock, right?
Right.
So the parks don't close till 10.
And until 7 a.m. and parks open at 5.
Right, yeah. So there will be, in summer months, there will be
We
some.
talked about adding sanitation near there and sensitivity about the crosswalk. So there are many somewhat conflicting ideals.
And I think we're going to learn, we're going to try some things, and
Right.
they may not work out like we thought they would, and we're going to have to adjust. So I think giving staff the flexibility to make those adjustments makes the most sense to me. We understand the concerns, and we'll try to mitigate to the greatest extent possible.
The other thing, too, is, like I said, the administrative rules aren't going to come until May 15th, and the team that's been working on this have been really great and thoughtful with their input and feedback, and so I'm happy to talk through them about, council's discussion about west versus east, and come back with a staff recommendation and reasons why we might recommend one over the other. It sounds like maybe council would feel more comfortable with that approach, and I'm happy to do that at the next, I'm not sure if we have time in the work session, but I could do it during legal business at the next meeting as well.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Since it sounds like we're going to have a very short urban renewal
It
meeting.
is going to be short.
So I do want to just, since I want to make sure that council's feeling comfortable with the code updates, and I think Councilor Dunwell, you had talked about the may arrange outreach. That is the state language. I can change it to
Okay.
will. But
I think it
defer to the
needs to be
council.
more of an imperative rather than an option.
Yes.
Okay.
And I had a question, speaking with some people from a nearby, a city, a larger city in Oregon, about this. When we look at the definition of the manor, where it talks about what you can and cannot have, and I read through that, if somebody doesn't have a car, but they have a shopping cart.
I thought about that.
And a shopping cart, I don't think is generally offered for sale to the public, and so it probably belongs to the store. Probably. And that would be, the purpose of this is to get people into places that are meant for human habitation. And so this was brought up. What I see here looks like a shopping cart, maybe, I don't know, it's got to be something that belongs to you, not something that belongs to someone else.
Correct. Otherwise, it's
And it
stolen
could be a
property.
wagon, a person could have a wagon that they use. But I just wanted to know, we have a couple of shopping carts that get left out here and there around our city, and we're trying to move past that way of living and help people. I'm just going to sound like a broken record, but why we are doing this is forward, continual movement on ending the practice of living in places that are not meant for human habitation.
Mayor, I'm so glad you mentioned that, because I continue to go back to what Built for Zero said in their presentation, and they said, because I challenged them on, will these individuals engage with you? And he said, maybe not the first time,
Yes.
maybe not the second time, but maybe on the third or the fourth time. So that engagement is so critical. So we do have an opportunity to potentially be a catalyst to changing lives, to individuals who were unseen in the past.
Thank you for bringing that up. We had a discussion of people who are unseen, often in tents, is one of the main culprits. And they do get lost in the system, and it gets worse and worse. This Built for Zero program of talking to them every day is a way for them to be seen and for us to know their name. So I appreciate you bringing that up. But
So was there a specific place that you were talking about for the shopping carts?
I don't know where it would be. To me, it looks like it's not allowed. But there's nothing that mentions it.
So you want it expressly called out?
I'm just asking you, how does this work? Because, if I read through it, it looks like you talk about vehicles and things that are like vehicles, and you can't build onto things. You can't make a tent out of something else. It said something, maybe that's your vehicle. But our whole theme here, again, is to get people into other modes, housing that is meant for habitation. And the shopping cart, I saw one yesterday on the Beauty and the Bridge when I went home last night. Sad thing. I'm sorry that someone doesn't have a place to live. So I'm glad to know that we will be able to start helping through this, and with Clackamas County, help people find a place to live that is better than a bridge with a shopping cart. But do we need to mention it here?
Yeah, I see a couple places where we could expressly call it out.
Okay, thank you.
So would we remove their shopping cart?
Pardon?
Would we remove their shopping cart? My friend
I was
Joe
gonna say,
gave
it's
it.
probably
My
more a
friend
question
Joe
for
gave
me
it to me, so I
I
didn't
don't
steal
know
it.
what to say about that, but I think You're the attorney, I'm asking you where that would fit.
Yeah, we have some language in here about the storage of personal property and we talk about different types of things. I think that's what the mayor is getting at, and generally what we say is you can store personal property with you while you're camping in your area, right, in your space, but we don't allow for the storage of personal property outside of that time or in other locations. Now, let's say we actually just had this happen, so I was counseling a team member today on this, where somebody left materials. They actually left a note saying, these are my things, don't move them, I'm coming back. But they were right in the middle of a sidewalk, and they're in the way. And so we are already working on the processes with our staff of, how do you deal with that day-to-day. And this is the question one of the questions that Council President Ackerval asked me is like, what does that day-to-day enforcement look like? We're still working through that. I mean, it is a work in progress, but those are things that we are addressing we're developing standard operating procedures and forms for documenting when these things happen, how we handle them, where they're inventoried, because when we do collect things, we have to we have to retain them. So like, all of those practical logistical issues we're working through right now. And the biggest thing for us is giving the guidance to the staff and about, what they should or should not do or who they contact when those things come up. But that is something that we're still processing through. And I'm happy to give council, you'll see when we talk about next steps, there's some steps in June that we're talking about. So I'm happy to provide further update about what the staff implementation looks like. That's not really a council policy issue, but just so you all know, what does it look like when somebody is there after 7 a.m., in a designated area after 7 a.m.? What does it look like when somebody's in the park after 10 p.m. and it's just closed? What are those things? What does the enforcement look like? So we can talk about, what that means from an implementation standpoint.
I would find that really helpful because I'm sure that as time progresses that our citizens are going to be asking us questions, and I always view myself as a liaison and direct them back to staff, whoever is the appropriate person, but it's nice to have a little bit of knowledge.
Yeah.
Can we move on to other sections?
Yes.
I do have one clarifying question for you. With automobiles, at the end of the 72 hours, is that when the abandoned automobile ordinance triggers?
So the abandoned automobile ordinance actually would trigger after 24 hours, as long as the way that we've worded it, and I was actually talking with the city of Bend about this because I took it from them. We've talked about that's a thorny issue, but essentially it's, if there's no evidence of it being lived in, then it kicks in after 24 hours and it can be towed. The question is, does it look like it's been lived in? If it looks like it's been lived in, then you're under the 72 hours. Mm-hmm.
And then when we store it, do we have it towed to impound then?
Yes, generally.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's one of the logistical things we're working out, because we have to store, under the statute, you have to store items in the city's jurisdiction. So that's one of the things that logistically we're working through, is the vehicle component of it specifically. That's always a challenge for cities.
Yeah. Do you have some more questions?
No.
Oh, I thought you had more.
So I want to just quickly touch on implementation next steps. I've touched on this a little bit, so we have another interdepartmental team that we're creating that are specifically people who are on the ground every day. They're the ones who go out and are, cleaning up sites and seeing what's out there. So we make sure that we're addressing what's actually happening out there. Designating individuals for specific tasks. So people who can write a citation, who writes a notice, who can clean up. If you need to make contact with somebody, you see somebody who appears to be experiencing homelessness, we don't want all staff necessarily to be going up and having a conversation. So designating the individuals for specific roles, developing standard operating procedures for those day-to-day interactions or what staff will be experiencing in their jobs, creating an inventory database for when we are storing items. So whether that's through a contracted company or if city employees are taking things and holding on to them, creating an inventory inventory database of that information. The public education materials, I showed council what our parking one looks like, developing something like that. And then our standard notices and citation forms. So that way those designated individuals who go do those things have approved forms that, at least from a legal perspective, I feel comfortable with them using. We are also looking at doing an exclusion policy. So right now, there's two different exclusion policies we have. We have an exclusion policy under our city code. It's for 30 days or more. We also have the sheriff's office has an exclusion policy that they use that I believe also starts at 30 days. But there's a whole lot of things that go on in our city facilities and in our parks that don't warrant a 30-day exclusion. Maybe they mean it's, hey, you need to leave for the rest of the day and you can't be using the library, or you can't be at the community center, or hey, for the next week, your conduct is such that you can't be here for the next week. That's where we have a gap right now, and probably where the vast majority of people who need to be excluded fall under. And so we are looking at we're looking at what other jurisdictions do and how they implement it. And so we're looking at bringing an exclusion policy to council probably in June. We'll do it via resolution initially, just because we're kind of figuring it all out. But at that time, that's when we can also talk, I can give an update on the implementation steps from the employee level as well. So just so you're all aware what kind of some additional other things that we're doing.
Councilor Linville has a question.
So I don't want to minimize the amount of work you're doing because I know that it is great and grand. But council doesn't deal with exclusion policies with other areas. We don't really deal with the rules and that regulate parks outside of ordinance. And I'm wondering if we're getting too deep into the woods, down into the weeds. I mean, for us to be at that level of, that we should be dealing with policy and that we need to be, what sets this as separate from use of other facilities, use of our, any of the other kinds of things that happen on a day-to-day regular basis?
Yeah. That's a great question. So right now, when things come up, an employee calls the non-emergency line, there's not a whole lot that the police are empowered to do because they don't qualify for an exclusion under the 30-day plus policy, and we don't have authorization from council for anything less than that, so I imagine that the exclusion policy is not going to be, something super grand and nuanced. It's probably essentially going to say, here are the things that qualify for a 1-day, 7-day exclusion, and city manager or designee has the authorization to enforce. Essentially what we want to do is make sure that a library manager doesn't necessarily need to call the police to have somebody excluded for the rest of the day, that they have the authorization to do that. And right now we don't have a mechanism for the city manager to designate that authority to that manager. So that's what we need from council, essentially.
So who established the 30-day?
It's Clackamas County.
Yeah, so there's two 30-day policies. One is the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office. We have done exclusions through Clackamas County Sheriff's Office before. It is a lot of documentation that you have to do because the 30 days is a long time. And our city code also has a 30-day exclusion. We generally don't use that one because we just use the Clackamas County one at that point. So, but you have to document quite a bit to be able to say to somebody, you don't get to come into a public space for 30 days. There's constitutional issues at play. And so that's why you generally see nowadays progressive exclusion policies that start at just for the rest of the day. Yeah.
They just have to leave.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. And you have to leave, and what we're looking at doing is also saying, and you can't go to another city facility. So you get excluded from community center, you don't just get to go to the library and get another exclusion from the library, right? We're looking at a citywide approach.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions on this? I think you all are aware of the timeline that we're operating on. So May 1, we're looking at doing a first reading on the ordinance. So if, I know Council President Ackerval caught some typos, which I really appreciate. So if there's things that you see, these have been updated slightly since this packet, of course. But if there's things you see as far as just grammatical issues or things that don't seem very clear, let me know, and I will make sure to put those in. And then May 15th will be the second reading of the ordinance and when we'll consider the resolution for the administrative rules. And then June, we'll look at an exclusion policy and just staff implementation. And then July 1 is when everything will go into effect.
One quick question.
Yeah.
When we have our budget meeting, are we looking at building a line item into the budget?
If I remember correctly, I think there's already been some padding done. There may be some, I don't know, Brian,
Yeah,
if
we
you...
did include some extra resources.
You saw it coming.
Like a freight train, yeah.
Very good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Amanda, and all of the members of the staff team and our partners who have been working with you on that. And so I'm going to adjourn the work session at 6:45 p.m., and I'm going to call to order a meeting of the Urban Renewal Agency. And I want to, just a second, here we go, ask if the agency recorder will call the roll, please.
Chair Barry.
Present.
Member Barry, sorry. Member Linville.
Present.
Member Ackerval. Present. Member Dunwell. Here. Chair Fitzgerald.
Present. Could I have a motion to approve the following order of agenda from one of the members, please?
Your Honor, I move to approve the following order of the agenda.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. This is a section, our citizen input section. As you can read on the screen, this is an opportunity for visitors to address the Urban Renewal Agency on items not on the agenda. It is also the time to address items that are on the agenda but are not scheduled for a public hearing. Staff and Urban Renewal Agency will make every effort to respond to questions raised during citizens input before tonight's meeting ends or as quickly as possible thereafter. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Use the raise hand feature on Zoom to let us know you would like to provide comment. Do we have anyone waiting to comment?
Yes, we do.
We do. On Zoom?
Hello, counselors. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. For the record, my name is Stephanie Tharp. My address is on my speaker card, and I'm an affected property owner along the proposed Beckman Creek Trail. I know that's not on tonight's current agenda, but I wanted to be forward-thinking with what I'm about to say. There's current surveying activity, flags, and people preparing for Beckman Road and Trail project. Adjacent homeowners, such as myself, were not provided explanations for the work being done. This caused worry amongst us as affected owners, imagining risk to property, safety, privacy, and SROZ conflicts. The information accessible to Wilsonville residents as of date is difficult to find, and once found, extremely limited, lacking full transparency on project status, as it is buried inside the current Beckman Road Improvements Project, as opposed to being its own line item. Currently, many of us affected owners have concerns that lie in 4 major areas. Those are the accommodations for the SROZ protections that currently are in place along the trail, as it affects the trail and the surrounding property owners. We need more consistent, accessible information regarding trail plans, such as trail location options, such as those that were just shared in the work session that I just witnessed. We also need plans that address resident safety mitigations and trail safety proposed for the residents that are projected to use the trail for recreation purposes. We would like to see the proposed access points coming into the trail if they are to go between homes or around current places that don't have public access. We want to see the proposed land use, such as rumored ponds, parking lots, gathering spaces, public restrooms, and other equipment that's planned and their subsequent locations. By engaging affected property owners in details of the plan for the trail now during this survey and pre-planning stage is a critical step to maximize the ability of city planners to address and mitigate the concerns before the plans cannot be modified. I'm here to request that the council make provisions from this point forward to actively involve the affected property owners whose properties line the proposed regional trail. One way this could be done is creating an affected owner working group, similar to a work session that I just witnessed, to meet on trail progress more regularly before things are finalized. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers? Okay. I didn't have much advance notice of this topic, but we do a lot of, do you have enough information to summarize some of the public output we traditionally do and what we have done?
Yeah, I spoke, what was the name of the person? Is this the one I spoke to on last week?
This is
yeah, I had a very,
Stephanie Tharp.
Yeah, Stephanie, and we had a pretty long conversation. I know she's also talked to Andrew Barrett, and I believe I asked Zach Weigel to also reach out to her last week. So what I told her is it's not uncommon that we have lines in a master plan. They don't really become real until we actually start doing projects, and so we're at the point now where it's becoming more real. But my commitment to her and to all the other folks that live along that trail is, of course, absolutely, they should have input into how that trail goes in, how it affects their properties, concerns about safety. All those things, we should meet with them as a group, have that conversation, and do what we can to satisfy their concerns. So I'm committed to that, and I know the engineering staff is as well.
So is there a timeline on when, given our budget process and everything happening right now, just an idea of a reasonable time frame to come back with that?
Yes, so the trail is not even going to be started until we're about halfway done with all the road work. So we have lots of time to get together, to have conversations and show them what the plans are for the trail. So we'll have lots of time to have those conversations with folks individually and collectively.
Okay, good. So if we could just hear back about that in about 6 weeks or something.
Well, I think when we have something to report back, we'll bring it back, yeah.
And I see that in this note that we have, it says something about the trail could end up being a camping spot. That's the same for any place in Oregon and Wilsonville, and we're working on that for the whole city.
And we did have a conversation about that, and I did explain that we have trails that meander through all kinds of neighborhoods in Wilsonville, so it's a specific concern for the entire community. It would be handled and addressed the same way that we would any other area of the city.
All right, thank you. Thank you for bringing that up so that we can keep everybody informed and involved. So that...
Your Honor, I have a...
Oh, I'm sorry.
I put myself up there to talk. I just wanted to have a clarification that the concern that this citizen has is not related to this, specifically to this resolution that has to do with the property acquisition and property interests related to the construction of the project, the Beckman Road Corridor project?
This is for the road.
Or does it?
I think it's for the road.
So it's not related to that item?
Yeah.
Okay. It doesn't minimize that's a concern of our citizens. I just wanted to clarify.
Thank you. Good point. So may I have a motion for the consent agenda? Member Ockervall.
Your Honor. Mayor, I can read it for you.
Would the city attorney please read it?
URA Resolution Number 342, a resolution of the Urban Renewal Agency of the City of Wilsonville authorizing acquisition of the second group of properties and property interests related to construction of the Beckman Road Corridor project, and minutes of the February 23, 2023 Urban Renewal Agency meeting.
Is there a motion.
I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second?
I second.
The motion's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. That will adjourn meeting of the Urban Renewal Agency at 6:54 PM.
Great, thank you.
And so we will come back here at about 7 o'clock, which is pretty soon.
I could have talked for 6
We can shorten it. Good evening. I will call to order a meeting of the Wilsonville City Council on Monday, April 17th at 7:02 p.m. And I will ask the city recorder to call the roll.
Counselor Berry.
Present.
Counselor Linville.
Here.
Council President Ockervall.
Here.
Counselor Dunwell.
Here.
Mayor Fitzgerald.
Here. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Council President Ockervall, may I have a motion to approve the following order of agenda?
Your Honor, I move to approve the following order of agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. We are now going to have our State of the City address, and I would like to ask our councilors to join in the tradition of sitting in the audience with our fellow staff and citizens. Thank you. And can you turn that on? Finally, it is my pleasure to stand in front of you in person instead of on video or in a Zoom meeting for our State of the City and to share a few thoughts about the state of our city. Spoiler alert, it's a great city. But I want to start with some introductions and ask if, I know we have some other elected officials. Metro Councilor Rosenthal is here. Where is he? There he is. Thank you, Councilor Rosenthal, for joining us. And I also want to ask any members of our boards and commissions or volunteers with the city to please stand so we can thank you for everything that you're doing for our city. Thank you. And we are lucky to have some of our past elected officials, former Mayor and Councilor Charlotte Lehan, right here, and former Mayor and Councilor Tim Knapp. Thank you. And I would also like to thank our staff, who are a big part of everything that we do in the city. Some of them are probably already standing, but please wave, because with your help, we're able to get the ideas and visions that we develop carried out. So thank you very much. It's my honor now to introduce the members of our council. Starting with Council President Ockervall, if you would please stand up and say hello. As you know, Council President Ockervall was elected to her second four-year term in 2020. Councilor Joanne Linville, over here, started out in a partial term by being appointed to fill an open position, and I believe she served for about 18 months in that position and then was elected to a four-year term in 2020. Councilor Carolyn Berry, right here, and Councilor Katie Dunwell, right here, were both elected in November of last year, and as we know, they were sworn in January 2023. So thank you to all of our councilors, and it is an honor to work with you. So this council is representing a fantastic city of 27,000 residents, 20,000 jobs, and a $1.5 billion private sector payroll. We value and work for great parks, bike and pedestrian access, fresh air, safe neighborhoods, safe streets, excellent water supply, and other services. So we're busy in Wilsonville, and for good reason. So, having introduced our counselors, I encourage you, if you haven't done so already, to get to know them and meet them and find out some of the things they work on. And you can also read a little bit about them on the city website where they have their bios. These counselors have really varied life experiences and professional experiences, and it's really valuable to the work that we do as a council. But there are some things that all of us have in common. In addition to being advocates for Wilsonville, we are also parents, daughters, and elected leaders. So one comment that has come our way periodically since 2023, and some of us like it and some of us don't like it, it's the comment that goes something like this: wow, this is an historic moment. How is it to serve on an all-woman council? And it kind of makes me wonder, when we had our first city council for Wilsonville in 1969, did anyone say, wow, that must be really cool serving with an all-male council? How's that working out? They probably didn't ask. But really the better question is why has it taken so long for candidates to decide to run and to be elected who can begin to represent more diversity than we may have seen 50 years ago? And I think we've already seen a lot of that. But when you look at the makeup of our boards and commissions and the people who sign up for the Civics Academy every year, I think we're starting to see a lot more diversity, and that's really great, and I think we'll just continue to see more diversity. But I do have some thoughts on the subject of why it's taken 54 years to have a shift from the all-male council in 1969 to the all-woman council that happens to be in place right now. Times change. And it's actually, I think, one of the reasons for that, it's only been since 1912 that women could even vote in Oregon. And that could have something to do with the fact that it's taken 54 years to get to this all-woman council. So Oregon is really, as we see around the state, electing a lot of different people with different backgrounds to city councils all over our state, and I think we'll continue to see that in Wilsonville. The council has been working this spring to set our goals for the next 2 years, and we do this every 2 years when we have new councilors. So we've set goals for the 2023-2025 period, and our goals do reflect these values that you see on the screen. We really took those into account. In speaking of people of Wilsonville being represented in our city, we have a number of boards and commissions, probably more than in other cities, and this has been going on for many years. Mayor Knapp and Mayor Lehan know that, and they help build up some of these committees, and so we're honored to have a lot of community involvement on our boards and commissions. And I thought what I would do is just not go through this whole list, but highlight 3 of them that maybe don't get so much notice. The first one is the Kitakata Sister City Committee, and this was established by Mayor Knapp as one of his last initiatives before he left office. And as a lot of you may know, it started as a nonprofit by people in Wilsonville, and they had a very active exchange program of business people and students for about 30 years. And it started showing signs of not having enough volunteers and maybe not being able to continue as it had with a lot of strength. And so thank you, Mayor Knapp, for taking steps to make that one of our official boards and commissions. Of course, then right after that, we had COVID, so there were no exchanges. But this last December, 10 students came from Kitakata, Japan, and stayed with people in Wilsonville. I think they had a great time. And we look forward to a group going over to Kitakata. It's a city that's about half a day's drive from Tokyo and has about 50,000 residents. And one of the things they mention is couple of their claims to fame is they're very proud and for their reputation for producing delicious ramen and beautiful lacquerware. The other board I wanted to shine a light on is our library board. And you can see with these statistics here how active our library is. So this board worked with our library director to reflect, just work with the library and continue to make it strong and active. And it's pretty amazing to see that I just asked for the current statistics from the library director, that we have 13,000 visitors every month. 177 new patrons every month, and thousands of books and other items are checked out every month. And they do partner with a number of groups in the city. So if you haven't been to the library lately, this is a great time to go. And the third board that I wanted to mention is our Wilsonville Tourism Promotion Committee. That committee is charged with overseeing how the hotel and motel tax that is collected in Wilsonville is spent. And they've really made a lot of great progress lately, and the purpose of that is to identify more reasons for people to come to Wilsonville, patronize our restaurants, our various activities people can participate in, and our lodging establishments. They have really beefed up their website lately. It's really easy to find, explorewilsonville.com. So those are just 3 of some of our boards and commissions. This year has been a big one let's talk about the inner workings of the city, especially our new public works complex. If you've driven down Boberg Road, you've seen this going up. I think they're on schedule as far as I know. This is going to move us from our current position of having our public works vehicles dispersed in 4 different locations, pretty inefficient for a city our size in order to respond to things ahead. So we're really pleased with this public works facility moving along. When the Public Works Department moves out of their current location, which is across the street in what we call the Public Works block where the police department is, they are in the upper floor, the police department is in the lower floor. That will give us the opportunity to design a better police facility. It may be an interim police facility to begin with, but we know we need a better situation for public safety. Speaking of public safety, a couple of words about this. Chief Werps, as you may have heard at an earlier council meeting, has hired a behavioral health specialist. And her name is Brenda Evans, and she has a number of roles, including serving as first response to people experiencing mental health emergencies, coordinating follow-up care, support, and connection to resources. So she also trains on topics related to mental health. She provides a critical, compassionate care to community members who are experiencing a mental health crisis, and also, by virtue of that, frees up our police force for their traditional roles, even though I'm sure they will still interact with her and call her in where needed. Parks and Recreation has been really active. If you've been to Memorial Park lately, which I hope you have, you might have noticed the new restrooms and the skate ramps. No restaurants down there. And the Parks and Recreation Department has also restarted the lunches at the community center, and those are for people who are seniors or would like to join for that lunch. In addition, they've restarted the meal delivery program for people who need that but are unable to come to the community center. Another nice walk, if you're looking for that, I think we're going to have some sun here pretty soon, is at Villebois. We're just about to be completed with those regional parks along Tews Road and Coffee Lake Drive. Great places to walk, and that's going to be completed pretty soon. And then another park is under, in the early stages of development at Frog Pond West. The 3-acre piece of land has been acquired, and the concept plan has been developed. They did a lot of community input and took feedback. I think I'm on the wrong, didn't advance. There. That's where I meant to be. And another thing to celebrate about our parks, Memorial Park, is, again, if you go down to the park, kind of near the tennis area, and head to the southwest corner by the Willamette River, you'll see this new young child nature play area. It was designed, built, and installed by our Parks Department, and they got a great award from the Oregon Regional Parks Association. It was ingenious design, really well done, and also very affordable. So I think they really wowed them with this park. Well, streets are a big part of any city, especially Wilsonville. We've had some big projects going on. It's always a bit of trouble to navigate around street projects, but it's for a good reason. We, in fact, talked about one of them today, the Beckman Road Corridor Improvement, which is going to be a big project. It's been underway for a long time, but it's required to give us the safety and access needed for all the residents and the school in that area. And if anybody, we have a lot more described on all of these things on our website. Doesn't want to move. Economic development, very important to the city of Wilsonville. We've spent a lot of time this year with the legislature and the state advocating for funding for the investments that we need to make in our Basalt Creek and Coffee Creek industrial areas so that we can compete with other cities and attract the kind of high-quality businesses that we have in Wilsonville. We have room for more of those, and cities all across Oregon have the same problem. In order to attract these industries, the cities have to come up with a significant amount of money to put the sewer, water, and sidewalks in. And so we are, I hope, making some good progress in that regard. We've certainly been working on it. I thank our government relations staff and planning for their work and economic development. We've been making quite a few visits, the council and the staff, to businesses in Wilsonville to hear what is working for them, hear what is not working, what more things they think we could do to help them be more successful. If any of you would like us to visit with you, let us know. Our Economic Development Department has had success in marketing Wilsonville as a top-tier business and development-friendly city. And in fact, earlier this year, a regional economic development agency organization called Greater Portland, Inc. selected Wilsonville as one of the stops on their best practices tour. And our head of our Community Development Department, Chris Namsu, and Economic Development Manager Matt Lorenzen gave a really good presentation, and really it was about how did a city like this get a $1.5 billion private sector payroll. I'm looking at Charlotte Lehan and Tim Knapp because it took a long time and we're still going. And one of the things that we know is important is the lack of childcare in Wilsonville. Our Economic Development Manager did a survey of businesses. Everybody knows this is an issue, but it's one of the impediments that our employers have to expanding their businesses. If prospective employees cannot afford or find childcare, they're not really going to be able to fill those jobs. Housing affordability is another big part of that, and we'll talk about that a little bit later, in fact, right now. Equitable housing, the council passed the Equitable Housing Strategic Plan in 2019, and it's got a lot packed into it. We've been peeling off the recommendations and working our way through that. And presently, we have some things that I think have made some really good progress. One is what we call a transit-oriented development, and it's called that because it is located near transit. We hope it can qualify for some specific funding funding that matches up with that. We are moving ahead with building a 100-unit affordable housing development near the West Station that is on city land, which is one of the big components of making affordable housing, is if you already have the land. And there was a spot that was just perfect for that. On the ground floor, it would have some services and some Wilsonville community sharing might be able to be located there, perhaps a restaurant or something of that nature that would attract everyone, residents, to come and gather and enjoy that spot. So that is moving along. It's not ready to break ground or anything like that, but it's moving ahead. Frog Pond East and South, I'll talk about that a little bit later on the next slide. But these three other aspects that came out of our equitable strategic plan, housing plan, are helping us get closer to having more housing for people at different wage and different capabilities for paying for housing. One is middle housing. You probably all remember our planning commission spent a lot of time on this, and our staff figuring out how to integrate middle housing into Frog Pond East and West. And we have passed a vertical housing, vertical development housing zone. I think I said that right. No, vertical housing development zone, VHDZ, which means that in two zones, the center of Villebois and also some areas in town center, builders are going to be encouraged to build some 3 or 4 story buildings for residential with work-live retail space on the ground floor. And those incentives are needed because it doesn't always pencil out for the builder. So that's how we're getting started on that one. And I think that I've covered most of the things on that slide. Speaking, going to Frog Pond, East and South, thanks again to our Planning Commission and many residents who participated in surveys and open houses. The master plan for this 293-acre future housing area has been completed, and it will be able to accommodate more than 1,500 homes. Not right away, it'll take years to develop that. And it also will have some opportunities to facilitate housing within that land that will serve households earning less than 80% of the area median income. In order to do that, we will need to partner with the land trust. These are not easy things to do. We have to figure out how to get that done, but that's a priority. And so those, the key and the unique feature of Frog Pond East and South, it has a lot of similarities to some things that you see in Villebois, which is to say that the area is integrated. All different types of housing sizes and shapes can be found throughout the area. Also parks and interest areas and walking paths and some retail as well. So now let's move to our council goals. I just want to briefly go through these. And the first one was around emergency preparedness and public safety. I think the biggest feature, the new feature of this that is on our list is to, whether using technology, we'll take some input from the public. We want to have a great system for neighbors to connect with neighbors, businesses to connect with businesses, when needed. The city can do so much. We can do certain things. We don't have enough staff and police to run to everybody's house and knock on the door. And so this is rather a big charge, but we really want to see Wilsonville a connected community so that when that big Cascadia earthquake or the next ice storm or some other thing that we don't even want to imagine happens, our city is prepared to evacuate, help each other, do what's needed to come out of it in good shape. Also in this priority, this set of goals, we want to complete a police department staffing study. And also, as I mentioned, when Public Works moves out of the location where they are now to the new building, we want to develop a plan to improve those police facilities. The second goal is to actively preserve, protect our environment. This is not a new idea. This has been a hallmark of Wilsonville for a long time. What we want to do with this goal is to dig deep a little bit, really. We want to develop a climate inventory and gap analysis of city practices and operations to see where we need to do more. This could be something that is connected to the DEI committee, the planning commission. It could show up in many different ways. We also want to do a community education campaign to encourage climate-friendly practices. And along with the phrase that with many hands make light work, doing well in this area is not something to leave to government or leave to the city council. We'll do as much as we can, and we always want to keep doing better, but to really succeed in this, residents, businesses, planning commission, DEI committee, community enhancement committee, schools, service clubs, all have an opportunity to help us succeed in that area. The third goal is about economic development. We want to continue with the good successes Wilsonville has had in attracting high-quality industry and supporting economic opportunity. One of those strategies is around the child care goal that I mentioned earlier. And we also are going to be implementing some urban renewal strategies because some of the things that we need to do require more than the annual budget, including town center. We have not forgotten about town center. The fourth goal is to increase housing opportunity and eliminate homelessness. And you've heard housing come up several times already tonight. I don't mean to be repeating myself, but it does show up in many different ways. Of course, we want to continue to work on our equitable housing opportunities, which includes the problem of homelessness. The more housing we have at the different levels, the fewer people we hope will be entering homelessness. So that is very important. We recently met with Clackamas County, and they told us that, in fact, already they are seeing more people exiting homelessness than entering it. So that was really good news, and we want to be a part of continuing to work on that. I think I went too far. Okay. So just another few words on the homelessness and housing opportunities. You may have heard us in our work sessions lately talking about this program called Built for Zero, of which Clackamas County is a member. And it was developed in New York, and it's basically around seeing people who are homeless and taking deliberate, regular, well-organized steps to connect people to services. And in Clackamas County, we actually have some funds to do that. The taxpayers have approved a housing bond that Clackamas County is making use of to build various levels of housing, types of housing. And there's another tax that the voters approved in 2020, which is generating it's for the 3 counties in the metro area. As you may have read in the papers, that is generating a new $40 million every year for the next 8 years to be used for wraparound services. So that is why we think if we are diligent and organized and working with partners in Clackamas County and agencies and helpful people here in Wilsonville, we can really make a difference in getting people who are experiencing homelessness into housing. It's not going to be overnight, and it's not going to happen tomorrow, but we're determined, and we actually have a meeting coming up, a second meeting with Clackamas County next week on this. We have a goal around parks. You heard me say we've done a lot with parks already this year, but looking at the next 2 years, we want to go back and pick up the plan that the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee and the Parks Department developed with a lot of input, and the City Council with a lot of input from residents of Wilsonville. back in about 2019, 2020, and it was put on pause because of COVID. And it had some great programs in it, great ideas, way more than you could ever do, but they prioritized them based on what's possible and what people are most interested in. It included things like, how can we get access to the Willamette River for non-motorized boats? How can we make that recreation more easily accessible? More sports fields. What can we do to improve our community services block once the police move out? So we are going to pick that plan up and get back into it and determine where we can get started and how we can get the funding. The sixth goal is to enhance our communications and engagement. All of the things I've talked about require being in touch with people all across our city and even beyond with our neighbors, our neighboring cities. So we really need to increase staff capacity to do that. We also want to increase our bilingual research, outreach. We've done some in that area, but we want to do much better. We also want to increase engagement in our neighborhoods for public safety, as mentioned earlier, and that will require more staff support. And our seventh goal is to continue diligently protecting livability by advancing some high-priority legislative priorities. And these will include things that we have worked on before, but they need more attention and different attention every year. You can see the list there, everything from making sure that we are at the table and listened to and fully aware of any plans for master planning at the Aurora State Airport nearby, our rural reserves, certainly freeway funding, tolling, and the Boone Bridge, and some of the other areas that we've already talked about. One that I didn't mention that's very important, of course, is our transit. Our smart transit operations in Wilsonville are some of the best in the state, and as the city grows into those industrial areas, we want to make sure that those areas can, and Frog Pond, they can continue to get the best kind of transit. Challenges ahead. You heard me talking about some of these challenges already, so I don't need to repeat myself, but I want you to know that I think our council is up for the challenge, and if you'd like to talk with any of us about ideas or come to our meetings and ask questions, please do. In closing, I just found a couple of examples of some of the many things that are going on that were advertised in our Parks and Recreation catalog, and you see some of these in the Boone's Ferry Messenger. So you don't really have to be on a board or a commission. You certainly, we always want more applicants for those, but as you go to programs like Juneteenth that's coming up, which I really recommend going to this, it's just going to be a great program. Go to something you maybe haven't ever gone to before and meet those people. So get to know more of the people in your community, your neighbors, and people in different interest groups, so that together we can all keep making Wilsonville a place that we're proud to call home. Thank you. Oh, I have some water. So now that that's accomplished, what is next? Do we go back to our meeting?
We have a 10-minute break for refreshments, Mayor.
Yes, so please join us for cookies in the back. I will call to order meeting of the Wilsonville City Council, or reconvene, I already called it to order. And we will now reconvene. And I just have a couple of items for mayor's business. Excuse me, since our last meeting on April 6th, the Clackamas County Coordinating Committee, which is a group of mayors and city councilors from all the cities in Clackamas County, meet and talk about common or even uncommon problems. We spend a lot of time talking about tolling. At our last meeting, we voted in support of sending a set of comments on ODOT's I-205 toll program's environmental assessment. And that, I believe that was a 40-page document that had a lot of detail in it. I see Councilor Rosenthal here. He's gone to a lot of those meetings too. And so we're active there. Public comment on the I-205 toll program environmental assessment is due by April 21st. So you can just go to the ODOT website and find that spot, read up on it, and make your comments. And essentially, while data shows that Wilsonville will not be impacted by highway traffic diversion on our local streets from tolling, just because of the location of our city and the tolling areas, we will be affected by increased traffic on I-5 as some drivers seek to avoid paying tolls on I-205. So for more information, see the website. I think that's all I'm going to do there because I'm having some allergies. And I might have to take a break and hand it over to Councilor Ackerval. Let me announce that the next city council meeting is scheduled for Monday, May 1st, starting at 7 p.m. And if our council president would handle these next two items, citizen input.
Thank you. There we go. Thank you. I don't believe we have any communications scheduled for the evening tonight, so we go directly to citizen input. So as stated on the screen in front of you, this is an opportunity for visitors to address the City Council on items that are not on the agenda. It is also time to address items that are on the agenda but not scheduled for a public hearing. Staff and the City Council will make every effort to respond to questions raised during citizen input before tonight's meeting ends, or as quickly as possible thereafter. And we ask that you please limit your comments to 3 minutes. I believe we do have a number of comment cards already submitted, but if you wish to submit a comment card, they are located at the side of the room, and you can hand them to our city recorder here. So the first person that I will call is Stephen Benson, and if you'd like to come to the mic and share your comments with council. On the comment card, I will note that we have your address, so if you don't wish to disclose that, it's already included in the record.
Thank you. My name's Steve Benson. I've been on the Parks Board for probably longer than anybody else in this city has ever been on the Parks Board. And I want to talk a little bit about that because I was listening to your work session today. I watched your work session from home regarding the homeless and your choices of where you can put the camping facility for them. One thing I want is you know, I heard a comment that we don't want to Google where the camping facility is going to be, but we do want to know if there's someone living in Memorial Park, we want them to know how to get to where it's going to be. So if you had some signage that said, this is a no camping facility, no autos after closing, if you need a place to stay, have a map with a little arrow that says here and a phone number. That way, if someone was there that needed help, they can call, but also a neighbor could call who's walking through the park. I don't want to have to confront a homeless person living in the trees. you can't be here, but you can go up there. I want to be able to call someone and have them come and deal with the issue. So now when you were talking about the places, basically the end of the parking lot or across the street, and one of the things that was brought up was like how hot the pavement would get. But also, you have to weigh that against how wet will the grass get for the other part of the year. And whether you pick one side or the other to put the tent facility, one possible solution is just we'll buy or build portable wooden platforms. And that could take care of both the heat and the wet issue. Lighting, as I drove in, I saw plenty of lighting on the street on both sides. I'm not sure you'll have to add lighting or bring in power. That's going to be really expensive. Emergency vehicles, you pointed out. You know, the size of the one, I think it's option 3, the cross the street one, it is, and you brought it up about reducing the size of that. It's so big right now that if someone was on the other side of it, there's no way an emergency vehicle will get there, especially in the winter. It'll be over the mud. But there is, as you get toward Town Center Park, there is a intersection that's not finished, and it goes up toward, it goes to the north side, and it's about 30, 40 feet deep with a barrier on it. I think it's a great pull-out for emergency vehicles to be there, whether it's police officers or an ambulance. You have a space where they're not parking on the street. Oops, that's it?
Those were great ideas, Steve. Thank you.
Okay. The other last thing is, did you overlay where the potential where the skate park might go to see how you fit that together? Anyway, that's my last comment on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your thoughtful input. I think I recovered from the pollen attack or something.
And Steve, if you have more comments that you weren't able to address to the council, if you want to just reach out to me, we can touch base.
Thank you, Council President Ackerball. That was incredibly helpful to have that break. And we do have some more speakers. I'd like to call on Margie Shin. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Margie Shin, and you have my address also.
Yes, we do have your address. Thank you.
Hi, I'm here to speak specifically on the item that Stephanie Tharp had zoomed in. And we live in the Wilsonville Meadows neighborhood, and we back up to the Beckman Creek, which goes to 95 when you bought the property, and they said, this is a greenway. You know, it's like, great, it's a greenway. And you can't build a fence unless it's 25 feet from your property line into your property because it's a greenway. You want to protect everything. And then last week, we see the surveyors putting little green tapes everywhere behind our property, and it's like, oh, what's going on? Because we're following everything online with the plans and the 10-year goals and the 5-year goals and all this. And so I'm just really reiterating what Stephanie said exactly, because I'm her neighbor. We're all on the same page here. My other neighbor, poor Brian, the surveyor, of course, he's out there talking to the surveyors, what are you doing, blah, 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 and the guy's really nice, but he's saying, well, we're marking out an access path to get to the trail from the neighborhood, which nobody was ever informed about, or what's that about, and it's just right up to his property, and they're out there, and so I'm just here to just reiterate the concern that we weren't informed that that was going to start happening already, or even what it is, and why there's green strips of tape, you know, on blackberry bushes and what have you. I know some of it's just elevation, as surveyors do, but that's what our concern is. And I was a little bit concerned when I heard Stephanie speak at your work session, and it sort of seemed like her comments were dismissed to me, slightly. So I kind of want a commitment from, I know what you said, and you were really nice saying that you had talked to her, and so I just was wondering if I could get a commitment that we are going to be in the process, that they're going to be engaging the properties that are affected.
Right. I'm sorry that you thought that, Margie. I think that that was the first I had heard of that, and I asked the city manager to answer for you and find out when he can report back. So we do care about that, and we always care about citizen involvement. I don't know off the top of my head when the last mailings went out, so that's why I asked our city manager to report. And if you could repeat what you did before, so that people know, and we talked about a timeline, and
Yeah.
We just want to make sure that starting now forward.
Yeah, so I did get a little more information between the breaks from the city engineer to ask him how the surveying happened to begin with, because typically we would have those meetings before. It sounds like the surveyor jumped the gun on the walking path. It should have just been for the road construction only. So that's typically, we wouldn't want property owners to see, yellow and blue tape out before we had a conversation with them. So
we're all tromping into the woods. Hey.
Yes, because we know what happens. People start talking and they start thinking about, all the bad things are going to happen.
Sure.
So apologies for that. And we will, of course, work with everybody that backs up to that trail. If we have to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 meetings with folks, we will do that. We're committed to that. I'll make that commitment to the council tonight.
Thank you.
Okay.
thank you. Thank you for coming. And you will be hearing from the city manager about the next steps.
Or his or her.
Okay, so thank you for following up on that, to make sure that they hear from you. And I have a speaker card from Sean Leahy.
It's related to an agenda item?
As long as it's not a public hearing?
It is a public hearing, Your Honor. It's for ordinance 878.
Then we'll have to.
Oh, okay, I didn't see that here. So do we want to do that later?
Well, you would have to.
During that public. Okay, so we'll hold that off. As far as I know, that's all the speaker cards I have. Okay, thank you.
What do you want to say?
All right, that brings us to councilor comments. Oh, excuse me.
There is one on Zoom.
One more?
Yep. I think it's right now.
Hi, this is Stephanie Tharp. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I just wanted to know procedurally if there's a reason for me to repeat my statement that I read to the Urban Committee. I don't want to waste the council's time, but I was originally instructed to read my statement at both. Would the council like me to proceed with doing so?
We have your comments, and they are on the record, so you don't need to duplicate your earlier talk.
Perfect. I will not take any more of your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, any more? No. Thank you. That brings us to councilor comments, liaison reports, and meeting announcements, and we'll start with Council President Aukervall.
Thank you. Today I attended the Washington County Coordinating Committee meeting. During that meeting, we received an update on the 2023 Regional Transportation Plan, which I believe we've all spoken about in a previous council meeting as well. But with that Washington County Coordinating Committee meeting, we looked at a potential project list and looked at the investments that would be required for those projects, split out by different categories. So it was split out in a number of different ways by the type of project, so the bike, pedestrian, transit, roads, freight, etc., as different types of project, and also then with another layer of the overall dollar amount that would go to each of those different divisions, looking at a project count in each of those divisions. For instance, Bike Ped often has many projects, but the overall dollar amount is smaller than some of these other, like roads, for instance. And then looking at the different size of projects that were represented. So it was just kind of an interesting way to look at this very large amount of data. They will continue to get more information leading up to this summer, when I believe a draft review will be available at that point. And also a call out that there is currently a survey online that will be open through May 1st if you're interested in finding out more information and sharing your view of the priorities. And this is available on OregonMetro.gov website. If you go to the project page, which is 2023 Regional Transportation Plan. There was also a presentation introducing the 2024 Metro Urban Growth Assessment process. And this will be assessing if the UGB meets our future needs. So remember, that's kind of the needs for the next 20 years of growth, if this would be accommodated within the UGB. And this is a decision that is ultimately decided by Metro Council, but during the meeting it was presented, so we are all kind of in the loop on what the initial process is and the analysis that would need to occur over the next several months as stakeholder engagements are going to begin shortly. And kind of another key milestone will be April 2024, so that's a year from now, for cities to submit proposals for UGB expansion. Another meeting that I attended last Friday was actually the Charbonneau Tolling Forum, which there was a number of members of council that were at that, and I assumed that probably some comments might be made by Councilor Linville or on that topic, but that was last Friday, and there was a very, very large turnout at that meeting. I believe it was over 300 members, perhaps greater than that, but opportunity for our community members to ask some questions and make some comments. And again, I'll let more detail be shared by other council members there. Finally, I just wanted to flag that our library, Wilsonville Library, is in the process of hiring a teen intern for the summer. And there's information available on the website. It's been posted on the Wilsonville's job opportunities page, and this is a position that would be from June through August. So sounds like a really terrific summer employment opportunity for a teen in Wilsonville. And please check that out if that looks like that maybe in your summer plans or of interest. And that's it for me tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President Aukerville, and now we'll go to Councilor Linville.
Great, thank you. Better turn my microphone on. I have not had many meetings since our last meeting. I did attend on the 6th the Rotary Heart of Gold dinner and saw our latest Rotary Citizen of the Year be announced. I wanted to mention that on the 25th of April, the city will be recognizing our volunteers, and we will have a volunteer appreciation event that'll be on that evening, and I plan to attend that. And I wanted to remind our citizens as well that the next DEI lecture series presentation is on the 27th of April, and it is, I believe it's at 6:30 in the evening, and it's entitled Growing Up Muslim in Clackamas County. Should be a very interesting presentation. And then on the 27th as well, during the day, I will be attending the GPI Small Cities Consortium meeting. And that is my report.
Thank you, Councilor.
Oh, before I did want to just speak to the forum a little bit.
Please, the tolling.
Yeah, the tolling forum. So as Council President Ockervall mentioned, the count that I heard was 350 people that were there, and there were citizens, these were not just Charbonneau residents, and I think there was initially the thought that this was a Charbonneau event, and we had representatives from the City Council and from some of the departments in Canby, as well as people from West Lynn, I think Oregon City as well. I have to say that some of the ideas that were presented and some of the concerns were really well thought out, and the comments that were made were really done well. That people were limited to 1 minute in their ability to speak, and so that really didn't give people a lot of time to come forward with complete thoughts, and they were very timely. I mean, they cut people off at 1 minute, and that was it. But some of the alternative ideas really had to do with a large percentage of people saying that vehicle registration was an alternative to tolling, raising the fees for vehicle registration, and as a more equitable and a long-term strategy. And it was interesting to me to listen to some of the concerns that people had that were beyond the economics of just simply the tolling, that had to do with the diversion and the concerns that can be had about what will happen to Highway 99 as people get off of I-5, take Highway 99 all the way through to Oregon City in their effort to avoid all of the tolls along the way. So I think the concerns were about the idea that this was not a regional strategy, but it was more a Clackamas County strategy, which does put us at some which limits, I think, the influence that some of the other legislators in representing other areas of the state might have in addressing issues around tolling. And I will let Councilor Berry speak to other issues that she or Councilor Dunwell, because they were both there. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Linville. Yes, I was also at the tolling forum, and it was good to see all of the input. Councilor Berry.
Thank you. So I feel like it's been a busy month for me. On April 5th, I attended the Tourism Promotion Committee. And what's interesting about this committee is it's comprised of business people. I want to give gratitude out to Albert Levitt, who termed out after 3 consecutive 3-year terms. He's been on it since the committee formed. And the committee did reappoint Elaine Owen from Lady Hill Winery, and there is one opening. So they're looking for somebody to join the tourism committee. The committee's been working on their visual outreach. So we're working on updating the Explore Wilsonville website, which is really awesome. I think you all should take a look, and on working on a new brochure. I also attended on April 6th the Rotary Heart of Gold event, and I'd like to congratulate Wilsonville's soccer coach, Tammy Sue Brandley, who was the winner for being the Volunteer of the Year. They had a couple other really good candidates, and it just really highlights how a community takes its many helping hands, whether you're paid or if you're a volunteer. And I'm really pleased that the Rotary does that recognition annually. On April 11th, I attended the Charging and Fueling Infrastructure Discretionary Grant Program meeting, and I was learning about some electric vehicles funding opportunities. I learned that 20% of our population lives in apartments, and that it's hard for them to find places to charge. There is some grant money for different cities and organizations to work together for funding sites, that when somebody does have like a location for a charging station at their employer's location, they're 6 times more likely to drive an electric vehicle. And they did highlight the Electric Avenue program that is in operations, and the library, the Wilsonville Library, has a few charging sites. That's part of that program. So I felt like, oh, good job, Wilsonville. So that was a really interesting meeting. I'm learning a lot about it. I also attended on April 14th the Tolling Forum that was held at Charbonneau. One of the people who was helping organize the event did tell me there were 350 attendees there. It was really well turned out. The comments were really interesting. The one about the registration I thought was really valid, because they were talking about we already have car registration and the administration for doing the car registrations, and that it's redundant if we set up a new tolling fund, because now you have to pay staff to organize and to run that program. So there were lots of great comments. I was just really pleased to be able to attend. So that's my report.
Thank you, Councilor Berry. And Councilor Dunwell.
Thank you, Mayor. Today I attended the Willamette Falls Heritage Area Consortium, and they are continuing to move on legislation. Other than that, I've been traveling for the most part the last 2 weeks. I do have a couple of things that are upcoming. The French Prairie Forum with the exceptional legislative updates on some very, very important legislation that's in play right now in Salem. That update is given by Greg Leo, and then also other discussions that will impact the Wilsonville area. And then on the 20th, I have been invited to a meeting with Clackamas County, Wilsonville Community Sharing, and Heart of the City to discuss some of the strategies for how we move forward with some of our homeless population. And so I'm excited and looking forward to some of the positive outcomes. I do want to, though, bring up in my comments something that's of impact to all of us, and that is that 6 days ago, the Biden-Harris administration designated fentanyl combined with xylazine as an emergency threat to the United States. It is the first time in U.S. history that a drug has ever been considered an emerging threat. And it is very difficult to treat with naloxone and Narcan, and it is significantly contributing to the overdose deaths of our citizens. This is a historic moment, and the combination is deadly and dangerous. And so I encourage all of our citizens to support any of the drug efforts, and I know that Councilor Linville, you are working on the opioid settlement, and I'm sure that you're already familiar with some of this that I've stated today, but please, everyone in our city, pay attention, because it has come up very quickly. It's a horse tranquilizer, and it is killing people left and right. It makes fentanyl fatal. So thank you.
Thank you for that very important update. And the local papers are all covering it really well. Unfortunately, there's a lot to read about it. There is. So that brings us to our consent agenda, and I would like to ask the city attorney to read the agenda, please.
Resolution number 3037, a resolution of the City of Wilsonville authorizing acquisition of the second group of properties and property interests related to construction of the Beckman Road Corridor project, and minutes of the April 3, 2023 City Council meeting.
Thank you. The consent agenda has been read. Do I have a motion to approve?
I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
I'll second.
Motion's been moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. That brings us to new business, and Mr. Katko is going to, is he here?
He doesn't need to be here for this.
Okay. You're going to handle it? Okay, this is regarding the Second Amendment to ground lease for the raw water pipeline.
You want me to go? You want me to go?
Have at it.
So essentially, this is just a housekeeping thing. It's, we have a guarantee from the, I'm sorry, a guarantee with the big pipe project. And we, at the original signing of that agreement, we required it to be a irrevocable letter of credit. They have asked for a small allowance, which we have done with ODOT in the past for our interchange project, which is basically just to deposit the equivalent amount of the letter of credit into an account with a local government interest pool. So we said yes to that, and so we need to amend the agreement to allow that to happen.
Thank you. And before you do, or before we go to that vote, just for the public, could you just give a little overview of the big pipe? Because it's very familiar to us.
Yes, it's a 68-inch pipe that will extend from Wilsonville to Hillsborough and provide water for many cities along that corridor.
And there's a lot of detail you can read on the website.
There is.
So are you asking us to approve this amendment?
Yes.
We have this amendment in our packet under new business, councilors, and so I would like to ask for a motion and then a second, and then if we can have discussion after that, unless before that anyone has any clarifying questions.
And Mayor, while you're thinking about that, I do apologize because this was a late add-on. That's why we amended the agenda, so we didn't have time to do a staff report.
Okay. So that's why I'm asking for, before we enter our discussion, do any of the counselors have any clarifying questions? Okay. With that, then, I will entertain a motion to approve the item 13 in our packet, which is Second Amendment to the ground lease for the raw water pipeline.
Mayor, I second that.
Actually, could you make that motion, please?
Yes. I'd like to make a motion to approve the Second Amendment to the ground lease for the raw water pipeline.
And I'll second.
The motion's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? No. Seeing no discussion, I'll call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Okay. And that brings us to the public hearing. If the city attorney would please read the ordinance.
This is the first reading of ordinance number 877, an ordinance of the City of Wilsonville adopting transportation system plan amendments to integrate transportation projects from the Frog Pond East and South Master Plan.
Thank you. Tonight, we will have a public hearing to consider on first reading, ordinance number 877. This comes to us as a recommendation from the Planning Commission. The order of procedure for tonight's hearing is set out in detail in our city code. In brief, we will start with a staff report. Next, the public will be asked to provide testimony. I will ask everyone who signed up in advance to testify first in the order in which they signed up. Then I will ask if anyone present in council chambers would like to testify, and then I will ask anyone who is on the Zoom meeting who has not testified but would like to testify to do so. After each person testifies, councilors may pose pose questions to me to be addressed by the person who testified or to staff to clarify any information that was conveyed in the testimony. Once the City Council has heard from everyone and the City Council is satisfied it has all the information it needs to render a decision, the public hearing will be closed. Council deliberates and I will announce a result. We wish to hear from everyone who wants to testify. However, we request that you refrain from repeating testimony already given by someone else. If you agree with what someone before you has said, but you want to ensure that you have legal standing on the public record, please provide your testimony indicating that you concur with what has previously been said. The public testimony will be limited to 3 minutes. However, we will time the testimony and provide you with a visual warning when there is a 1 minute remaining, or an audio warning. Since this is a legal process for considering a land use decision, we need you to state your name and address for the public record. The public hearing is now open. Will staff please provide the staff's presentation?
Good evening, councilors and mayor. We're here as another step to the implementation of the Frog Pond East and South Master Plan, which you adopted in December. And this is a follow-up to that, as you've heard in your previous work session, to ensure everything's in the TSB and consistent so we can apply SDC funding and other things. So I will leave it at that, leave it short. We have DKS Associates, Jenna Bogert and Scott Manser here to share briefly with what the amendment is, and then myself and Zach Weigel are also, our city engineer, are here to answer any questions. So with that, I will give the seat up to Jenna.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilors. We, like Dan said, are here just to talk through some of the amendments to the TSP. We'll keep it really brief, just a couple of slides. I know we talked about this at a work session a couple of months ago, so keeping it simple tonight. So just to recap, what is a TSP and why do we need to amend it? The TSP is the city's transportation system plan, and it's a long-term policy and planning document with transportation projects for the city to support the city's growth and needs over the next 20 years. And so having the Frog Pond East and South Master Plan projects implemented in the TSP is important so that we can make sure there's funding that we can compete for at the federal, state, and regional level, as well as just meeting the requirements of the master plan process. So the amendment that we made to the TSP focused only on East and South Master Plan elements, so cross sections, changing some street classifications over there on the east side of the city, and folding in those transportation projects that are needed to support the growth that is planned for that area. The city has, in Chapter 5 of the TSP, list of projects that are broken into 2 categories, high priority projects, and then there's a second list called the additional plan projects list. And all of the projects from the East and South Master Plan were added to the high priority project list. It just means that these are projects that the city is prioritizing in the next 20 years to build and implement and fund. So this figure here is showing an excerpt from the TSP with the new projects that are added to it from the master plan. And I'll just walk through each of those projects that are highlighted there in purple. So we have RE12C, which is the Frog Pond East neighborhood collector roads, shown there by the dashed lines that are planned for the East neighborhood. We also have RE17, which is the Frog Pond Brisbane Main Street extension. That's that kind of pink red dash line. SI12 stands for Spot Improvement Project 12. That's the roundabout at Stafford Road and Colley Road up on the north end of the plan area. SI13 is the roundabout at Stafford and Brisbane, which is located more kind of in the middle of the planning area there off of Stafford Road, and will provide access to the main street. SI14 is a single lane roundabout on Advance Road at 60th Avenue. That is shown there kind of on the connecting the east neighborhood and the south neighborhood on Advance Road. And then this last set of projects, BW21, which stands for Bike Walk Projects. We have the Advance Road mid-block pedestrian crossing near that future park location next to the middle school. That will be something like a median with push-button RRFBs to facilitate safe, visible crossings for families and people in the neighborhood and patrons of the park. BW 22, similar, another rectangular rapid flashing beacon on Advance Road, located just to the east, somewhere between the roundabout there and the middle school. BW 23, Stafford Road RFB. So we're on Stafford Road near Frog Pond Lane between the two roundabouts on Stafford Road that is proposed. So that would be, again, a push button with a median, something to connect those neighborhoods on the west side to the east side. And then lastly, you have SR05, which is Safe Routes to School project at the Meridian Creek Middle School. So that would be improvements for enhanced signage, enhanced crossings, again, just safer improvements to facilitate families and children getting to and from school in the new neighborhoods. So that covers the high priority projects from the Frog Pond East and South Master Plan that are being proposed to fold into the TSP.
All right, thank you. Does any counselor have any questions of staff at this time?
I do.
Okay.
I'll go.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. I understand, I mean, both in the packet, let's see, page 272 of our packet, and as you described in the slides here in the presentation, that these updates are specific to Chapter 5, let's see, I think Chapter 3, Table of Contents, Executive Summary, right? So I understand that we're not updating the entire plan, and I suppose once we start picking at, this area and that area, it could become a very large project indeed. But I wonder, what is the cadence that we would do that sort of deep update? I noticed, like, for instance, in the Safe Routes to School section, this is page 262 of our packet. It's in chapter 6, so not one of the chapters that we're updating at this point. There's a map that has the schools in Wilsonville. We've added schools since this map was created, right? So then things are a little bit out of sync, but again, I understand once we start making an edit here and an edit there, pretty soon it is this big global redo, which is not what this specific project is. So my question is, when does that happen?
Great question. We had the same question. And so it is to update those maps, especially they were done with prior mapping systems, prior technology. So the short answer is when we update our TSP next, which we have on the schedule the coming years. I wish I could quote the date right now because I do know it, but it's late and it's not coming back to me. But it is on our, and at that point, yeah, we'll get all the maps will be fresh and updated here in the next couple of years.
Not like by not having, for instance, all of these schools on does that limit us in any way of like the implementation of these projects or directing funding or anything like that? Are we covered then because it is in Chapter 3, Chapter 5, the Executive Summary? Does that provide the coverage that we really need from this plan?
And it's understood and it's clear in the record and in the document that this originated from the year that it was adopted.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? Okay. For public testimony, we will start with the people who signed up in advance to testify. Please remember to include your name and address for the record. Staff, if people have signed up in advance, who is our first person to testify this evening? And do we have anyone on Zoom? Okay, we do not have anyone signed up. I know that I've asked you this already, but I need to ask you again. Do you need anything? No, that doesn't apply because we don't have testimony. Does staff have anything further to add to the record at this time, or does City Council have any additional questions for staff? No. It looks like we covered it. Hearing no further questions and everyone having testified, I hereby declare this public hearing closed at 8:37 p.m. on April 17th. It is now time for the council to consider the update to the transportation system plan as read, and ordinance number 877. I'm just looking at all of your directions. This is very specific. Do I have a motion?
Your Honor, I move to adopt ordinance number 877 on first reading.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion to move to adopt ordinance 877 on the first reading.
The motion has been moved by Councilor Linville and seconded by Councilor Berry to adopt ordinance number 877 on first reading. Is there any discussion? Hearing no further discussion or commentary, I will call for a vote on the motion. Those in favor say aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. Okay, that brings us to ordinance number 878. The city attorney will read that.
This is the first reading of ordinance number 878, an ordinance of the City of Wilsonville approving a street name change of Southwest Columbine Avenue to Southwest Ponderosa Avenue in the Frog Pond Ridge subdivision.
Good evening, Mayor Fitzgerald and members of the council. My name is Georgia McAllister, Associate Planner, and I'm here tonight to present for your review modification to a condition of approval for the street name change ordinance 878. As required by statute, I would announce the applicable review criteria for ordinance number 878 is included on page 2 of the street name change findings and Exhibit C of attachment 1 of the council staff report. The Frog Pond Ridge subdivision was approved in September of 2020. As a part of a final plat review, names were selected for the streets. Southwest Columbine Ave was named during this review, according to standards and process outlined in city code, as well as the city street naming policy. City Council is reviewing the proposed modification to condition of approval for the street name change of Southwest Columbine Ave. The street name change will trigger city staff to apply condition of approval PFD2 again, ensuring the new street name also follows the city street naming policy, and the new street name is recorded on the final plat with Clackamas County. Going through this process will allow for the subject street name to be changed from Southwest Columbine Avenue to Southwest Ponderosa Avenue. The requested name meets all city street naming policy requirements. So the process for street naming and how it went for Frog Pond Ridge was it was not identified during the tentative plat process. It was proposed by developers in accordance to the city code and city street naming policy, reviewed by the city engineer as part of the final plat approval, and all standards had been met. We are here as the state requires. The process to rename streets in Oregon is outlined in state statute ORS 227120. The requirements for renaming includes a hearing by the commission, and in our case, that is our development review board, and they shall recommend that to the city council. Notice must be posted of the city council name change hearing in local newspapers within 6 miles of the proposed change, which we did do in the Oregonian, and city council must review and approve the change at a public hearing, where we are tonight. On March 27th of 2023, Development Review Board Panel B recommended to the City Council approval of the modification to condition of approval PFD2 from the Frog Pond Ridge subdivision. Based on the information presented, staff recommends approval of modification to condition of approval for the street name change. This concludes staff's presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Any questions, councilors? I will let you know in advance, we do have a speaker for this, a person wanting to testify, Mr. Sean Leahy, a little bit later. Okay? Hearing no questions, I will call to order the public hearing regarding proposed ordinance number 878 on first reading. Do any members of the City Council wish to abstain, declare a conflict of interest, or report any ex parte contact or any information gained outside of the hearing? Have all members familiarized themselves with the application?
Yes. Yes.
Does any member of the audience wish to challenge the participation of any member of the City Council? For all those wishing to testify, please be aware that failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the City Council and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issue precludes appeal to the Oregon Land Use Board of Appeals, LUBA, based on that issue. Testimony and evidence must be directed toward the criteria that staff will describe or other criteria in the plan or land use regulation which you believe apply to the decision. City Council meetings are open to the public. This meeting may also be attended remotely in accordance with Oregon law. Information regarding how the public can attend this meeting remotely and give testimony is posted at City Hall and on the city's website. Notice was given that testimony could be submitted for the record in advance in writing by emailing or mailing it to the city recorder. Testimony may be submitted in writing at any time prior to the closure of the public hearing. Once the public hearing is closed, no further testimony in any form will be accepted. If you want to provide public testimony remotely during this meeting, please use the raise hand feature on Zoom or press *9 on your telephone to notify the city recorder you wish to speak when the time for public testimony is called. If you are having difficulties with these instructions, you may call 1-669-900-6833 and when prompted, enter webinar ID number 815-3605-6468. Both numbers are shown on the screen. When called upon to testify, state your full name and address for the record. I request from those providing testimony not to repeat testimony that has already been given to the City Council, simply indicating you agree with the prior testimony given by a speaker you identify as sufficient. At this time, I think we've already done this. I call for staff to list the applicable substantive approved criteria. We heard the planning staff presentation. We asked council to ask any questions. I did not hear any questions. Do we have any comments from the city attorney?
No comments.
The applicant may make their presentation. And council may ask questions of the applicant. Thank you.
For the record, my name is Sean Leahy. My address is as it is written on my submitted speaker card. After 10 years of living in Wilsonville, my wife and I are excited to be building our forever home in the new Frog Pond Ridge development. As the council is aware, we were disappointed with the insensitive street name that was approved where we are building our house, Southwest Columbine Avenue. While Columbine is a type of flower and meets city naming policy, I know we're not alone in hearing that word and immediately recalling the tragic Columbine High School shooting, which left 12 students and 1 teacher dead. Once the planned primary school at Frog Pond is completed, this new street will be located within 1 mile of 4 Wilsonville schools. I appreciate the understanding and empathy I have received from the council during past discussions on this topic. The new name I have proposed is Southwest Ponderosa Avenue. The Willamette Valley Ponderosa pine is an important tree that supports many forms of life in our local ecosystem. An evergreen conifer tree, it is the only variety of ponderosa that can withstand the heavy, wet winter soil of our region. This beautiful tree, which stands 150 to 200 feet tall when fully mature, is a critical source of food and shelter for caterpillars, pest-eating insects, birds, and small mammals alike. City of Wilsonville street naming policy states, when practical, streets shall be named using historic surnames or names reflecting Oregon geography, natural features, or native plants and animals. This native, awe-inspiring tree is critical to many species in our region and would be a worthy namesake for Southwest Ponderosa Avenue. I first raised this concern with city staff on November 17th, 5 months ago to the day. During that time, I have received support and guidance from multiple staff members, which has allowed me to successfully navigate city policies and procedures for changing a street name. I truly appreciate all their time. And I also want to thank the council for making me feel heard and valued. My wife and I look forward to making many great memories in our new home on Southwest Ponderosa Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Really appreciate all of your thoughtful efforts and contributions in coming to the council and being a really involved 10-year resident of Wilsonville.
Well, thank you.
So at this time, would any of the audience like to, any of the council like to ask questions or make comments of the applicant?
I will.
Councilor Berry, and you can come back up here. This part is not limited to 3 minutes.
Okay.
Because it's part of the hearing, right? Because he's the applicant, yes.
Correct. Okay.
I just wanted to say thank you, for taking your time to bring your concern to the council and then coming back to follow up. And thank you for the research and the description on the Ponderosa, describing exactly why you chose that and why it's an important name.
Yeah, absolutely.
Added value to me.
Yeah, and something I don't think I mentioned at past city council meetings, but in addition to just kind of a public concern, it's also a personal, something I take very seriously personally. My older sister, she's a first grade teacher. My uncle, he's a high school English teacher. I just didn't feel right having them, as well as others, pulling onto that street and just being reminded of that event. So I just appreciate everyone's support throughout this process, particularly Amanda and Georgia, who have been very helpful in guiding me through several steps to get to this point.
Great. Anyone else? Okay, well, and also, in addition to what you just said, it is near 4 schools, and I think this gives us something really positive to look forward to with that name. I totally agree with you.
Well, thank you very much.
And I just have one quick comment. Sean, I do want to say that I think that the experience that you've had is a great reflection of the efforts that all of our city staff put forward when a citizen comes to them with a concern. The staff listened and brought it to council and did what they needed to do to help you along. And I would really like that to be the reputation of our city with all of our citizens.
Yeah, and I really appreciate it.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Do any members of the audience wish to speak for the application? If hearing no further testimony and everyone having testified, I hereby declare this public hearing closed at 8:50 p.m. on April 17th. It is now time for the council to consider this ordinance on first reading. Do I have a motion?
I will. I move to adopt ordinance 878 on first reading.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
The motion has been moved to adopt number 878 on first reading and seconded by Councilor Linville. Is there any discussion? Hearing no further discussion, I call for a vote on ordinance number 878 on first reading. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Okay. And that brings us to actually lost my place here. I think we're just about there. Here, I have a lot of papers here, too. So that brings us to city manager business.
Just one item. Just one item tonight, Mayor, in trying to schedule the tours of the apartment complexes. I think we found a date, hopefully, April 28th, and we're trying to schedule it, Councilor Dunwell, to your 2 p.m. We'll try to make that work if we can, but it looks like April 28th, that Friday, if you want to just meet here, we'll send out more information. We'll have some form of city transportation to take everybody to and fro.
I heard SMART works really well.
It's got quite a good reputation. Thank you.
Do you have their phone number? Okay.
You know what time you're...
Well, not yet. Gina's working with key staff people to nail down, because there's, I think, 3 apartment complexes that we're trying to organize, so.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any legal business?
None tonight, Mayor.
Our meeting is adjourned at 8:52 p.m.
Goodbye.